to beat, at least in a fairly run race. The way the racetrack's playing, I wonder about that a little bit. She was very impressive. Practical Joker sire had gotten off just a great start as a freshman sire last year, and she showed some flashes in her debut. She ran in spots. She really put it together in this race. The contested pace, she was right off of it, and she blew them away. I think she's very, very dangerous in here. And interestingly enough, this race, the bring back, it got the same field +1. That +1 scratched. So now it's the exact same field we scheduled last week.
How about that? And you see how a long way back to the runner-up in here. That runner-up would actually, Rebos Valentine, come back and win by 6.5 lengths with a 68 buyer in her victory.
I mean, I'm not sure it's not a bit of an apples and oranges because it was her second start, but I know one thing, Greg, it's not a negative when the horse you bury comes back and buries a field in her next start.
Kendra Carmouche, he will be back aboard. We'll see if she is as effective on a fast track as she was in that sloppy going. Meanwhile, in Hot Springs, Arkansas, their feature race, 8th on the card. And this is a look at the lineup, 6-furlong sprint, purse of $150,000. And Lil Tootsie, morning line favorite. Giovanni Franco gets the mount for trainer Tom Amis, owned by Joel Politti. We mentioned the same campaign connection, Serengeti Empress, a few years back to win the Kentucky Oaks. Check in with our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens, for the inside scoop on today's action from Hot Springs. Gary.
Guys, beautiful day in here, Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's cold out, but it's sunny. Great crowd here today, and we've got this great feature to look forward to, the American Beauty. And this filly, she's trying to put 3 races together, chain of 3 wins. She's coming off a very nice win here earlier in the meet here, and she was impressive doing it. But it was a different setup that day. It was only 6 horses. She'd drawn the 5-post position. The race stretched out. She had a beautiful trip, the entire trip, getting through on the rail. She was 5 of 6 that day in the post position. There's 9 fillies in here, consisting of Sarah Harper today is very fast. Joy's Rocket, a winner of 4 of her 10 races. So it's a tougher field today. She's going to have to work out a trip. She needs the kind of race that stretches out. In other words, she needs a fast pace up in front of her. If they're bunched up early on, then Giovanni's going to have to work out a trip to make her win today. Guys?
We were just talking about it off air here as Gary was speaking. I mean, this field is ultra competitive. You can make a case for so many in this group, including a filly who could be the lone speed in here.
I agree. We were talking more about the morning line favorite. I mean, obviously we don't like the one because we don't respect our colleague Tom Amis. So we're right away rooting against Lil Tootsie.
Goes without saying.
I agree with what Gary was also saying. He's going to need the race to set up for her. I don't know if she'll be favored. Sarah Harper, she's moving up in company, but she looks like the controlling speed in this race. I thought Ain't No Elmer's had a shot. You point out Joy's Rocket. I don't care how you look at it. This is a fun race, and I don't think we're going to see a short price in here. I think you'll see a fairly wide open board.
Yeah, Joy's Rocket, her Raven run, big-time effort. She wasn't able to back it up, though, next time out.
But it was the slop, you know?
That's true.
So maybe an excuse.
Look at today's action, presented by Claiborne Farm. Jazil, Franklin Square, as we mentioned, part of the late pick 4 coming up at Aqueduct. We have had some monster prices this afternoon. Pick 4 that just concluded paid over $12,000 today in New York.
Well, I mean, we've seen 3 straight good prices. Trevor McCarthy riding the rail in races 3 and 4 and closing to win those races. And Jackie Davis putting an improbable long shot. Betty Smile on the lead and wiring the field.
And Oaklawn, you see that late pick 5 begins in the 5th. Features, we mentioned that 8th, the American Beauty, part of that sequence as well. You can play all the action today, including the pick 5 at both racetracks, by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that promo code BONUS200. Go to NairaBets.com, download the Naira Bets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 6 from New York. We'll see if these long shots continue. Trevor McCarthy, he's won the last 2 in a row, trying to make it 3 straight here on, well, surprise, surprise. He's going to be on a horse who's actually a short price in here, and likely the one to beat South Sea.
I mean, Trevor on an incredible run. He won 7 of 12 races with the last 4 races on Sunday and the 8 races on Thursday. And then he won 2 of the first 4 races here. He didn't ride in race 5, but that's 9 wins in 16 starts. Trevor's a very good rider, and he's been paying attention to the racetrack.
South Sea, can the hot hand continue? That's the one Trevor will ride coming up in the 6th to kick off the pick 4. First off the claim from Mike Maselli, South Sea, 2-1 favorite. We'll be back with more right after this.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the Immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play this Pick 4 coming up that begins in the 6th. Go to nairabets.com, download the app, and you can follow along on our program today with all the stats on the jockeys, horses, trainers by getting free Equibase past performances at naira.com/TV schedule. Thank you for correcting me, Andy, off air. Trevor McCarthy, he's won the last 2 races he has competed in. Jackie Davis, of course, won the last race. He'll try and make it 3 in a row that he's lined up in on this one here, South Sea. Again, the 2-1 favorite. Let's head downstairs and check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at the Mike Maselli duo, who are breaking from the rail. One dropping down, one stepping up a bit in class, and your favorite is number 1. That's South Sea as he returns to the dirt, and kind of a dually talented horse on either surface. Has run some good races on the turf, but has won the bulk of his efforts on the main track. He'll switch back to that today, and I'm not really sure why Mike's dropping him down to the last level that he was on the dirt, so it makes sense. And Mike Maselli does not have a high percentage because he's not aggressive. So it makes sense. And this horse has turned out well. He's very healthy. He's very energetic for a horse that does display a little bit of early foot. And given the way that the track has been playing tilted towards those inside horses, he looks to sit the right kind of trip. Now, Mike does also send out number 2 in here, Summer Bourbon, also first off the claim. Took some bumps last time in around the 3/16 pole and just kind of gave up a little bit. He seems to be a horse that you want to kind of keep away from competition. It sulks a bit when he's in amongst other rivals, and you kind of get that watching him here in the paddock. He's a little bit of a demure type of character, but physically, this is one of the better times I've seen Summer Bourbon turned out as a 9-year-old to boot. He does show up wearing those front wraps once again, as he always has. One I want to watch in how he warms up. I think if we see a good warm up, I think it's a good indication of him performing well here in today's race. Moving on to number 7, that is Munaki, who does come in here off of a bit of a layoff first off the claim. He looks fine. I mean, a horse that usually seems to be very relaxed prior to his efforts, despite having some early foot, is a horse that breaks really sharply, but doesn't tend to keep pace with those early front runners. Comes in here fit. I really have no problems with him, but we'll see. He has been away from the races, Greg, since Saratoga.
Thank you, Maggie. He has. He's 5-1 right now. He's got some big figures that he earned last year in February, March, May. Finger Lakes won at Aqueduct here. Can he get back to those figures at all?
You know, it's so hard to know, and you know from the last race, Jackie Davis is trying to get the rail if she can. He does have speed, but there's a lot of speed in this race on paper, and he got a bad ride last time, was very fortunate to get put up. The disqualification had nothing to do with him. The winner fouled a horse that got beaten a photo for third. It was a very weak field last time. This is a much, much tougher field. And I don't know, you know, and I would have asked Maggie this if she was still on. How do you feel about horses that are claimed 5 months ago? It's one thing to sort of wait for the winter. You're not waiting for the winter when you run them at the end of January. You know, it's one thing to put them aside for when Aqueduct starts. I feel like it rates to be a negative.
Could have just been an issue, though, that they had to stop on the horse briefly.
Yeah.
And now everything's A-OK. The horse is showing a bullet drill back on January the 4th. As we're 3 minutes to post here coming up. Another look here at the favorite. Oh, now down to 9-5.
I think the bigger problem is, well, how's she going to get that trip? You know what I mean? Can she get to the inside? How contested is the pace? With South Sea, listen, I thought the race was 1, 2, and 9. I picked the 9. I'm not enthused because the way the track is playing, it may be tough for him to win. In South Sea, Trevor McCarthy drawing the rail. You know he's going to have the best chance to win. Whether he's good enough remains to be seen.
Call to post. You probably can't hear it. We can hear it. It's coming up. Here's South Sea. It's going to kick off our post parade. Trevor McCarthy again looking for his third win on the program.
He has such a deceptive running lines. He's run a bunch of, 8 straight races on the turf or 7 straight races, but he's primarily a dirt horse, so there's an argument he's going back to the right surface.
Dylan Davis for a stablemate here, Sylmar Bourbon.
I think he's a dangerous one off the claim for Mike Maselli as well, and I think he could get right to the rail because he has more speed than South Sea.
Cool quartet, tough to endorse.
He is. Thank you. You handled it.
Copa.
Keep it going.
At 29-1 as well. Same price on the board as the 4.
It's for fans of Barry Manilow.
Yep. Fanelos. Speeding Kid. 9-1 here. Kendrick Carmouche.
You feel like with the name Speeding Kid, he should have speed. He does not.
Munaki, who we just touched upon, claimed by Juan Vasquez. We haven't seen him since Saratoga.
I think Jackie Davis will look to be aggressive. We'll see. Maybe she is faster than some of the horses inside of her, that's for sure.
Ragtime Blues wearing a hood again, 31-1.
For a horse with as much speed as he has, he's a very big price. He's fast early. We'll see, and he lost all chance to start last time.
Great at stakes placed in his career as well. Mitres Porciento, Linda Rice second off the claim.
He's tough to trust dropping. Voided claim last time. I thought he was the best horse in the race, but I don't know if he can work out a winning trip.
Jorge Vargas Jr. on right now the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, he's tough to make. He just doesn't appear to be good enough.
And outside, 17-1 for this Paul Barrow runner who absolutely has speed.
I mean, he's the fastest horse in this race. If he clears from the outside post, you could do worse than just betting a few dollars on this horse at 17-1 because he is the speed of the speed.
And does own 5 victories 9 times in 24 starts. He has been first or second in his career. How do we play this pick 4? Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin for strategy. JK.
Wolfie, hi. Hello, Andy, to you as well. Yeah, look, it's a nice little sequence. It's a little bit tricky. I thought it was actually a little bit difficult, but I'm going to get started here using the 1, 2, and 7. When you look at the Maselli horse, I'm going to go with the 2 Sylmar Bourbon, the horse that was claimed for 12-5 running for 16, rather than the horse that was claimed for 25 and dropping back to 16. I'm going to use them both, but I feel like the edge to me goes to the 2 Sylmar Bourbon. On to the next leg. I'm going to use 4 horses in here. I thought this was a tough spot. Why, Paul, why? First Constitution, Court of Conviction, and Forewarned. Forewarned needs a setup, but there's a possibility that the pace might be honest enough in there. On to the third leg. I'm going to use through Thinking It Over, Lilu, and She's a Wild Joker. She's a Wild Joker is one of those horses that if you win first out for Dave Donk, which he doesn't have his horses ready to rock first out all the time, there is a sign that there is some talent there. And then when you get to the last leg, I'm going to just use the 8 and the 9. The 9 and the 10. I take that back. The graphic might be wrong. That's my fault. I sent it wrong. The 9 and the 10, Bohemian Ruby, and the 10, Forest Wood Lane. The last leg, the 9 and the 10. The graphic's probably wrong, and it's all my fault. Maggie, help me here. Please help me.
Well, I like Forestwood Lane in the last, JK. So, and we are both on the same horse here. I do like Summer Bourbon, as I mentioned. I want to watch him warm up, and I did like what I see out on the racetrack. We'll see what kind of trip he pulls. But taking a look at some outside runners, maybe that is a true disadvantage, but we'll see what kind of trips they work out. Mitre Porciento, last time out, yes, in for 25, voided claim. Anymore, I don't know how much to make necessarily of that, but Aristocratic broke like a shot that day and just took them gate to wire. Fast Break, who finished third, did come back and win quite nicely with an 86. Watching Mitre Porciento kind of down on the inside and amongst horses, took a lot of dirt that day, and I don't know, maybe that was a detriment to him. Does come back, putting blinkers back on in a much fuller cup than what he wore in previous starts as of late. Looks fine, not one that I was in love with, but obviously makes sense if he can kind of get a sniff of any of his previous efforts from last winter here at Aqueduct. And then the horse that you guys were talking about that looks to be the speed of the speed, and that is Lohengrin 2. I like this horse. I'm glad you kind of mentioned that he has a little bit of a look to him. He obviously is a speed horse, so therefore he's doing exactly what you like to see with these speed types. He is sharp. He is on his toes. Just a big, burly horse. Just my kind of physical. So I think one at a decent price that we'll see. Does he clear from the outside, Greg?
11-1. We will find out. Maggie, thanks. But he's only got one way to go. You know they're going to send this horse. He's won 5 times in his career. Interesting long shot.
I think the money came in because people realized he's a potential lone speed, and if he can clear, he can win. He's an all-or-nothing type. He's not really good enough to win this race in all likelihood, but if he clears and gets to the front, it's not really necessarily about being the best horse in the race. It's about the trips, as we saw in race 6. I like Mitre Porciento, but on a racetrack like this, I just don't know if he can work out a winning trip.
Meanwhile, Trevor McCarthy looking for an unnatural hat trick. He was not competing in the 5th race.
Natural for him.
Natural for him.
He took the 5th off. He's lazy.
South Sea, his mount, the favorite at 2-1. And as you mentioned, getting back to dirt, and he's much better on that surface. 7 of his 8 career wins coming on the dirt. We'll see if he can make it a 3-win afternoon. Let's go upstairs. Start of the pick 4. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Lohengrin 2 from the extreme outside. Ragtime Blues is there at the rail. South Sea moves up. South Sea now takes second as Next Flight advances up into third. Mitre Porciento is next in 4th. And he's followed by Ragtime Blues, who's now back running in 5th. Summer Bourbon at the rail in 6th. Alongside is Copa in 7th. Then Munaki, who is racing in 8th. Farther back it is Speeding Kid. And way back is Cool Quartet. The opening quarter mile went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. South Sea down at the rail. On the outside is a Lohengrin 2. South Sea takes the lead from Lohengrin 2. Mitre Porciento is racing in 3rd, followed next by Next Flight in 4th. And on the inside, it is Munaki. In the meantime, South Sea has kicked clear. South Sea has opened up by 5 lengths. Then it's Lohengrin 2, Munaki, Mitre Porciento on the outside, and Ragtime Blues down at the rail. It is a runaway here, and it's the 3rd win on the card for jockey Trevor McCarthy. Munaki did finish 2nd. Speeding Kid was 3rd.
Favorite dominant, that final time, sharp 2, 108 and 4. And Trevor McCarthy, not just the story today, but the stories you mentioned earlier for the past 3 or 4 days.
Trevor's a fabulous rider. I mean, he's been doing very well because we've had biased racetracks, and he is attuned to it as a rider can be. But it's not like he's getting lucky because he's smart. He's a very good rider, and he's riding good horses. But you know, you look at this race. He had the rail, but he stayed on the rail. Jose Lezcano was on the 9, and Jose was never going to win. And this was going to win, by the way, on a fair racetrack. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
But Jose Lezcano made no attempt to ever get inside. He just stayed out in 3 or 4 path the whole way. He could have drifted over. So what happened? Jackie Davis is riding Munaki, and she got to the rail, and she was able to get second, and the racetrack is helping in those situations. Look at the 8, got to the inside. Outran his odds significantly. The rail is making a difference, not just in the winners, but on runners-up as well. But Trevor, I mean, what a run he's on.
It's unreal. And what about this performance? So 108.4. Put that time into context for what we're seeing here today.
For this quality of horse, I think if you were looking at a Grade 1 race, they'd go around 102. I don't know. I mean, the track is quick. The track has not been this quick for most of the meet. I mean, that's a very, very fast time. That's a fast time at Belmont in the summer, especially for this level.
South Sea, back to dirt. I think he's going to remain there with that performance for quite some time. Picks up the 9th. Yeah, exactly. 9th win of his career. We'll check in Hot Springs when we come back with the 3rd from Oaklawn ahead. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Race 3 at Oaklawn Park is coming up next. Here's a look at the field and the odds in Wesleyan, this 11. It's the 30 maiden claiming race, 2-turn mile. Heavy favorite, that 11, who we'll get to. We start with We Thank You, 34-1.
Yeah, We Thank You obviously going to have to improve stretching out, but does get a fast track for the first time.
Pure Rocket, a Lord Nelson 3-year-old.
It's incredible how many of these horses can't seem to get on a dry track. This one's been in a wet track 3 in a row.
Here's the 4, looking for excitement without the T.
What do you do with a, well, looking for excitement? We'll see. I mean, I guess this horse actually, from a speed figure standpoint, is a player in here.
Yeah, lowest level he's been at yet. Mountain Pine, the 5, 6-1.
This one is tough to endorse. Just hasn't run at all in the 2 starts. Wow, this one's taking a lot of money, huh?
Yeah, it gets easier.
No, drops.
Gets
No, drops significantly. Fair enough.
But you're right. It's not run much at all. Clancy's Pistol, the 6, 23-1.
Well, as an example, this horse ran a faster speed figure than the 5 ran and is $1,000,000 to 1, making the same drop. I'd rather bet the 6 than the 5.
Yeah.
That price.
23-1 versus 6-1. Here's the 3. Looking good so far, Norm McKnight.
I don't like this horse, but he could get in the way of the favorite because he's the other one that has speed.
19-1 on this Elvin Gonzalez runner.
Yeah, well, it is a Tequila Revolution. If you like tequila, maybe you're all in.
Yeah, hunch play for tequila drinkers. Not a lot else to endorse there. 35-1, Glasado.
Another horse tough to like, but gets back to a fast track after 2 straight wets.
Double-digit odds next door as well on the 9, who at least is lightly raced.
And does stretch out. I mean, has that closing look a little bit, but well to the start. I don't know. This horse doesn't look impossible.
Mama Need New Shoes, 29-1. A lot of changes here.
I don't think you're going to get them by betting on this horse.
Gelding and Lasix. Here's the heavy favorite, 3-2 Wesleyan.
Well, my sister and brother-in-law will be all over this horse because they went to Wesleyan.
And in from the also eligible list, Cherokee Legacy drops as well.
Tough post, but this horse is a player on the PPs. Fast enough, just has to get the right trip from the outside.
Now, we talk about the class drop with, it was Mountain Pine, and you asked, why is this horse, this has done very little running against better. Wesleyan was in against straight maidens out on the West Coast and was on the lead early, and I know it was a distant third, but still was third, even though it was a 5-horse field. And that's why you're seeing 3-2 there. Former Baffert horse.
Yeah, listen, this horse could well win this race, but, you know, I do worry about these horses that conglomerate of owners that have had Charlottes and so many horses. They take from Bob Baffert and they send to Rudy Brissett. I'm not knocking Rudy Brissett in any way, but we've seen them do this a few times at Churchill, and it doesn't seem like those horses have had great results at short prices.
Well, public all over this one. We'll see how it plays out, 3-2.
You don't think a big Wesleyan contingency's there? You don't think my brother-in-law just mortgaged the house? Maybe I should call my sister and make sure there wasn't a problem.
I would hope they didn't mortgage the house in this race of what this horse has done the first 2 starts.
I mean, you know, well, listen, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, maybe it'll work out. Good luck. 2-turn mile coming up here in this third race. We have a couple new audiences joining us, by the way, out in Southern California, so we're going to have a slight pause here as well. And then we'll have the load coming up for this third here at Oaklawn. 3-2 favorite, Wesleyan, trying a mile distance for the second time in his career. Welcome to those just tuning in on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Good to have you with us. This is America's Day at the Races. Those already with us on FS2. We appreciate you being here as well this Saturday afternoon. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. Rest of the team as well. We have Gary Stevens out at Oaklawn, Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfendale with you. Third at Oaklawn we have coming up next. We talked about the favorite in here, Wesleyan. Big favorite right now, but a reason to think there's some vulnerability here.
Well, one thing is you have to worry, is this horse going to be able to clear? You've got post number 11. There's nobody scratched inside, and at least the 3 potentially is speed. You know, there could be some aggressive ride, so it always worries me. And there's no question of the drop down. This horse, based on the figures, is the fastest horse in the race. But the conglomerate that owns this horse, they owned horses like Charlatan. I think they owned Authentic as well. When they ship the horses away from California from Bob Baffert, and frequently has not proven to be a good sign.
Now, one of the big class droppers in this field is one of the horses taking money. That's the 5 Mountain Pine, trained by John Ortiz. With more, let's go to our Hall of Famer, Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, and for the people out there that don't know who John Ortiz is, I do know who John Ortiz is. In 2018, sent a horse to New Orleans to run on the undercard the day of the Louisiana Derby, and I was fortunate enough to pick the filly up. John's young. He was very, very insistent in the way that I rode the filly, and his attention to detail is unbelievable. He's a hands-on kind of guy. Like I said, he's young. His organization skills are great. And when he makes this kind of drop from maiden special, the best maidens down in for this claiming price, he hits it over 40%. So something to look out there for. This horse is not only getting action because of who his rider is, Ricardo Santana, who can be aggressive early on. Look for him to try and pop this one away from there, get a good early position. But John Ortiz, they're betting his horses here at this meet right now, guys. And back to the 3-horse who Andy said could get in the way of the favorite. I agree with you. And looking good so far, the 3-horse has already been loose twice when he come out on the racetrack. When he finally eventually lost the pony, got away from the pony horse, the lead pony, went on about his business and warmed up decent. But see how he acts in the starting gate. Make sure he doesn't stir things up a little bit. And then the bottom horse, the 13-horse, he was aggravated in the saddling paddock here also, a little rambunctious, but he's settled down on the track well. But 3-2 right now. Most likely winner is your favorite, but can't agree with Andy Moore. When they make this move, SF Racing, the crew, they don't always show up to their odds. Guys?
I'll be more strong than Gary about John Ortiz because I agree with what Gary said. I think he's an excellent trainer. You know, and there's a lot of trainers, if you're, like when we start paying, I really like paying attention to Churchill. You start to see guys you're not as familiar with, whether riders or trainers, and I think John Ortiz is an excellent trainer. Really does a good job.
Well, his charge here, Mountain Pine, the 5, 6-1, and it's interesting at this meet to finally see different outfits get the services of Ricardo Santana Jr. He'll get him here with the 5 Mountain Pine.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Ricardo to have a big meet. I don't think he needs me to root for him. He'll do fine with or without me. And he's riding more for Asmussen, but I felt bad. I think he's a terrific rider, and I thought, you know, whatever was the situation that went on, I thought it was unfortunate he was replaced on Echo Zulu. An owner has a right to do whatever they want with their horse. They pay the bills. I still felt bad for Ricardo because I felt he did everything right with that filly. Yeah. And I'm glad to see him winning races again, and I never felt that was going to be a problem for him. And I think you agree.
It has not slowed him down. Yeah, he's just kept moving right along. We're set here for the 3rd from Oaklawn. Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. No Huddle broke very slowly. Glissado and Looking Good So Far shows speed. Cherokee Legacy and Looking for Excitement are close up. Then Pure Rocket, Tequila Revolution, and a 3-wide Wesleyan. We Thank You is next. Then Clancy's Pistol and Mountain Pine, followed by at the back of the pack, Mama Needs New Shoes and No Huddle. It is Looking Good So Far, and the bug boy John Geraldo to the backstretch, a length and a quarter in front of Glissado in second. Cherokee Legacy is third and less than 2 from the front, with Looking for Excitement just inside of him. Pure Rocket and Wesleyan both have 4 lengths to make up. Wesleyan's in the yellow cap in the clear and 4 from the front. Tequila Revolution and We Thank You have 6 lengths to make up. They're 3.5 in front of Mountain Pine and Clancy's Pistol. Then No Huddle, double digits off the lead, and the trailer is Mama Needs New Shoes, and the new leader is Glissado. Into the far turn. Finish line is the 16th pole, and Glissado has taken it over. He's now 2 lengths in front of Cherokee Legacy in second. Then Looking for Excitement in third. Now Wesleyan moves up outside of Pure Rocket. Wesleyan is 4th now and about 3 from the front. Glissado is challenged by Cherokee Legacy and Looking for Excitement, and those 2 are now 1-2. Pure Rocket is 3rd. Wesleyan's got to go from there. As a matter of fact, he's just been passed by Tequila Revolution and Clancy's Pistol. Wesleyan's gone. Pure Rocket at the top of the stretch, and Cherokee Legacy. These are the 2 that emerge, and Pure Rocket's a half length in front, now a full length in front of Cherokee Legacy in second. Then Clancy's Pistol, but it's Pure Rocket now clear, and he's got it. Cherokee Legacy second. Pure Rocket to the wire to win. Pure Rocket won by 4.5. Cherokee Legacy was second. Then Clancy's Pistol and Tequila Revolution.
Another young man having a terrific meet at Oaklawn, Francisco Arrieta, and he notches another win here on Pure Rocket.
Yeah, and was it a dry track, or did he just find the right field? It's not that he ran bad figures on a wet track, but certainly didn't hurt to get back there. And you mentioned Francisco Arrieta. He rides very well. And I think, you know, we're seeing a lot more riders coming into Oaklawn. The purse structure is obviously sensational. And by the way, Joel Rosario riding at Fairgrounds today, for people wondering why he's not there. But you're seeing not just, you know, whether it's Santana, but Arrieta, but you think about the riders, Franco, Perrier, the other guys that are coming in from California. These guys can ride. And the stronger and deeper a riding colony, and the better it is for the bettors, because it just means they're going to get more good rides or less bad rides.
Back in New York, Jazil is next here in the 7th. We're approaching the 12-minute mark to post. First Constitution trying to pick up his first win stateside for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. We'll be back.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
At the top of the stretch, it's Jazil in front. Jazil's come from way out of it, and he's coming down to the last furlong with the lead. Bluegrass Cat is fighting him hard all the way. Sun River is third. Steppenwolfer is fourth. It's still Jazil, and a very determined Bluegrass Cat. He is determined but second to the Belmont winner, Jazil. Jazil won it by a length.
Coming from out of it, understatement. He came from near dead last, Jazil, in the 2006 Belmont Stakes to get this victory.
I still remember him coming from about 10 lengths behind the 8th pole to pick up second money behind, I want to say, Bob and John in the Wood Memorial when I needed him for a big exacta. Yeah, he returned around this time after the Belmont and finished second to Rick Violet, the late great Rick Violet, take the bluff. Never won again.
Brent Musburger, part of that coverage.
Is that right?
In 2006, yeah.
Wow.
Jazil Stakes is coming up next. So 1 1/8, 2 turns here for 4-year-olds and up. And the board would tell you that Core Conviction is a massive standout here, and he certainly got helped with the scratch of the 3 and the 4. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more.
Well, Greg, if the track was a bit more fair, I would probably try to take a little bit of a stand against Core Conviction, because I'm just not totally sold on his want to go the 9 furlongs. For me, he is built more kind of that one-term miler, a little more shorter coupled as far as his barrel, and built downhill. Now, I could be totally wrong in 2. He does look to get a pretty easy time of it out on the front end, and if anything, he's come out of that very determined effort last time out, going the mile with setting very quick fractions, even stronger. So I appreciate that. Like I said, he's not a great price. I think there's some other talented horses in here, but I understand his appeal as we'll move on to number 2, First Constitution, who has yet to get a win here in the States, but has kind of been up against it in some starts, has had a little bit of trouble going 3 back, and then last time Empty Tomb was able to wire on the inside on the front end. And I thought last time he looked the best that I had seen him. It was the best he behaved. He was one that was very distracted in his first 2 efforts here in America. And again, same thing. Looking at much the same horse as I saw back on November 28th, I think he looks fantastic, and I do think that he is a horse that, even though that first race at 1 1/8 at Saratoga was not good, he's a completely different animal, and I do think he wants to go this far for trainer Todd Pletcher. Now, the inside YY Paul Y has been facing some decent fields, albeit at Parks. I am sometimes suspicious of horses who suddenly just turn their lives around and running solely at Parks, where he has won 5 of his last 6 starts since being claimed out of that 30 at Churchill Downs. But I can't fault him whatsoever here. He shows up as a horse that, despite this being the first time going this far, looks as though he should be able to handle it, has that really kind of laid-back disposition, has that tractable running style from the inside post. I like what I'm seeing here. It's just, can he bring it to New York, Greg?
Yeah, that's a big question. We'll find out. I mean, that Parks form has been incredible for this 5-year-old, but you got to prove it here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the rail, and you can imagine that Kendrick will try to be aggressive. Core Conviction is too fast for these horses early, and if Jose is aggressive with him, they can't keep up with him. He's too fast. I still think First Constitution is dangerous, but Jose Lezcano has to at some point become alert to the fact that you need to be inside. And we haven't really seen that from him. But I thought if he sat second or even third, but he got to the rail and saved there, he could beat the 5. But if the 5 clears the lead, the 5 may be the best horse regardless.
Yeah.
He clears the lead. I don't know that they can possibly beat him in here. It is a big jump, though, from non-winners of 1 to this company.
Let's take a look at what he produced back on December the 12th. This was off a maiden win, first time against winners. He backed it up with another victory.
This is a horse where if you use Craig Mulkowski's time from U.S. figures, you liked him a lot more in this race than maybe if you used the Byers. And the Byers figure was raised for his maiden win 15 points after this race. But that was a very strong pace in both of the races. And I know you look at this race and go, I don't know, he won an hour's a race by a diminishing length, and now they're going from 1 mile to 1 1/8 miles. Well, look at the paces he was setting. 22 and 3, 45 and 1. Even the 23.46 was extremely fast in relative terms. So this horse is able to be involved in demanding paces and still finish. That's the sign of a good horse. Whether or not he'll be effective going a mile and 1/8, that remains to be seen, but he's got talent.
What about, you have that horse on the rail that Maggie touched on, coming in from Parks, and you have Kendrick Carmouche. He's got the inside post already, and this horse has shown in the past, he's shown sprint speed.
He has. Now, you'll see quick paces at Parks. If you believe in pace figures like I do, he's not fast enough. And I'll be curious to hear what Jonathan thinks, and maybe Jonathan disagrees. He looks at pace figures as well and may look at different numbers than I look at. The pace figures I look at have the 5 significantly faster, so the question becomes intention. But I don't disagree. Kendrick Carmouche has the rail and a speed. You would think he would be aggressive.
3-1. Meanwhile, this horse right here, we touched on it on the opening, Forewarned, coming off a massive effort, but he comes from so far out of it. Really seems like he's going to be up against it today.
Yeah, you know, he's a really neat horse, and at times he's run some good races. He should never have been the price he was last time. But he not only got that fast contested pace to close into, but he also rode the wide part of the track. And this was a dead rail day, an unusual dead rail day. And in fact, we've compensated for it by running, I think today is the 12th day of racing since then. I think 8 or 9 of them have been gold rails. He ran well in there, but unless they really start hitting up front and he works the right trip, it's going to be hard to duplicate.
Well, that's the man who will be aboard, Dexter Haddock, coming in to ride for trainer who's known as sort of an upset specialist, Uriah St. Louis. Has provided some monster upsets over the past few years.
He won the Jockey Club Gold Cup in 47-1. Manny Franco.
6-1 here on Forewarned, who's a 10-time winner, a 7-year-old son of Flat Out, who just produced one of the bigger figures, anyway, that he's ever produced. And there's Kendrick Carmouche getting a leg up on the only horse who really looks like he can put any pressure on Core Conviction early.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, with the scratches of both Splice, the main brace, and Empty Tomb, we wish him the best of luck in the Pegasus. It really certainly made Core Conviction's job easier, but the one could present some problems for him. There's no doubt about it. And I really feel on this biased track, if he's put into a stalking position outside of the one, I think it will really compromise his chances dramatically.
Pegasus, by the way, a week from today, the Life is Good Knicks Go Showdown.
Drawing a Tuesday, Greg. Are you like really as excited as I don't think I'll be able to sleep Monday night.
I am actually very excited about it. I know you're excited.
I'm already wrong. I thought Knicks would go once, no part of it. And I've got a week to be right. But it looks like I'm going to be wrong on that one. I really did not think he would take on Life is Good.
Why, Paul Wise trying to make it 5 in a row, but those all came at Parks. Here's First Constitution.
First Constitution is in position to take advantage if they heat it up a little on the front end. I like him as a horse, but I don't know if the race will play out in his favor.
6-5 favorite. Chad Brown-Klarovich, Core Conviction.
He's obviously a very talented horse. If he clears the lead, he's going to win.
12-volt man for Saffie Joseph.
He's going to need a little extra power to win this race because this is a tough spot.
5 for 6 on faster tracks, by the way, 12-volt man. Here's Forewarned. We showed you in action last time out in that off-the-pace victory.
They just have to hope that they heat up the pace so much that the field is staggering down the stretch for him to get it done.
And sorry, I meant to say 4 for 5, by the way, with 12-volt man. I gave him an extra win on the resume.
Made a lot of mistakes so far. We've only been on for like a half an hour, Greg, and I mean, there's a lot of problems already.
Yeah,
got a ways to go, so, you know.
There's more to come, don't worry. 6-5 favorite, Core Conviction. JK, what's your take of the Jazil?
Yeah, well, if you look, this is a situation where we joke about it all summer at Saratoga where, you know, it looks like the pace is going to be fast, and we always start to wonder, well, is it really going to happen? Is it really going to materialize? I will say when a racetrack starts to appear as if being forward is where you want to be, the riders in the room start to pay attention to that, and suddenly everyone is even more aggressive to get to the front. There is 3 horses that look they want to be forwardly placed in here, the 1, the 2, and the 5. And I agree with you, Andy, the 5 based on pace figures. We talk about speed figures, the final number all the time, but the pace figures let you know how the earlier parts of the race and sometimes later parts of the race were taking place. And it feels as if Jose wants the lead, Core Conviction can get it. Now, Core Conviction is drawn outside of the other 2 speeds, so Jose will have to kind of work to a certain extent to get that lead if he wants to clear those horses. That's why I feel like the pace could fall right into the lap of the 7 Forewarned. Now, The problem is they have to absolutely run, and Forewarned cannot spin the entire time wide on this racetrack. We'll need to kind of drop back, save some ground, and make one run and just hope that they've run fast enough early. I'll take the 5-1 on Forewarned over some of these other horses in here and just hope that they go fast. And I'm hoping that they're warming up like they're going to go fast, and I'm hoping Maggie will confirm that for me.
Well, actually, Jonathan, the warm-ups are basically what we typically see from the riders on their backs. We saw number 1, Why, Paul, Why. Typical Kendrick Carmouche, lovely gallop over to the backside. Not overly aggressive, though. Kendrick didn't ask him to be overly aggressive, but really moving well. And then with Core Conviction, he was very sharp when he came onto the racetrack. So rightfully so, Jose Ortiz stayed with the pony, but he has been in the muscles. So I do think Core Conviction is ultimately the fastest horse. And then you have Jose Lezcano aboard First Constitution. You never know what Jose Lezcano is going to do. As Andy indicated, doesn't seem as though he's copped on to the fact that we have a heavily biased inside track today. He didn't do much with First Constitution whatsoever. I really like this horse. I think this horse has been sitting on a win. I am not a fan of what he's done with this horse, and I just can't trust him to play the bias correctly and get this guy to the winner's circle. So therefore, Greg, I'm going to default to Core Conviction, as he just seems to have everything his own way in this race.
Public would agree. It looks that way, and he is the 6-5 favorite. He's trying to make it 3 consecutive wins in a row, but we're looking at the 2. First Constitution, that's where Andy wound up putting his selection on a horse who's looking for his first win here in the States for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, the way the racetrack is playing, I'm concerned, and I agree with Maggie. Jose Lezcano is not a rider who he just hasn't been paying attention. I think that Jose's a terrific rider, as you know, but biases are something that he often doesn't really pick up on. But you know, if the 1 and 5 get engaged, how does he not sit over on the rail? So I'll hope for the best. And I think 3-1 in a 5-horse field is a big overlay on him. And I know that, Jonathan's in an undisclosed, I think, an airplane circling the earth. But there must be drinking up there where he is for him to pick Forewarned, right?
A strange selection. Horse who, well, look, he's produced big efforts. Maybe he'll overcome it, but the way the track's been playing today, looks like it's a tough ask for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, First Constitution, the reason I liked him on a fair racetrack is I thought he ran very well last time because he was chasing 3 wide, and that was a day the rail was very strong here. And he was against the track. An Empty Tomb, whose connections think he's worth running in the Pegasus, was on the gold rail that day, so I thought he was against it. And this horse ran very well 3 races back when he finished 3rd. I thought he was kind of aggressive in a spot where it ended up not helping him, and then he lost to Speaker's Quarter, who, when he runs a big race, is one of the faster horses in the country.
Do you think people are even money now in Core Conviction are looking at this race and making it a little too simple with Core Conviction, or is it that's just the way the track's playing today? You got to make it.
It's a little bit that. It's a Chad Brown-Klarovich runner with Jose Ortiz. That horse was going to be an underlay just regardless, right? When you look at those connections, and he's won 2 straight races. He's undefeated on dirt. He's the sexy appeal to him. But he's moving up a lot here. I mean, and I like him as a horse, but he's moving up a lot.
And he's got to prove too the 1 1/8. Although connections have said the way he trains, and
he's barely training very well coming into this race.
I'll say this too, from what I had read, they've been training him, taking him back a little bit, that he doesn't have to be in front.
I understand that thinking. It's just not the day to experiment. Right. I understand that thinking, but today is the day that I would choose to experiment.
Core Conviction, there he is. Jose Ortiz, even money favorite in the Jazil on this Saturday program from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. First Constitution, Core Conviction down at the rail. YY, Paul Y. They race into the turn, and it's a battle up front between First Constitution and Core Conviction. The two of them are right together. Down on the inside, it is First Constitution who has the lead over Core Conviction. Then a break of 4 back to YY, Paul Y running in third. 12-volt man next in fourth. Forewarned is the trailer as they head for the backstretch. The quarter went in 23 seconds. It is First Constitution with a narrow lead over Core Conviction. They remain 1-2, and they've got 4.5 lengths on YY, Paul Y next in third. Then comes 12-volt man, and Forewarned remains at the back midway up the backstretch. First Constitution by 3/4 of a length over Core Conviction. The half was sharp, 46 3/5 seconds. A break of 4 to YY, Paul Y. Another 4 to 12-volt man. Forewarned is the trailer. They head for the far turn. Positions unchanged as First Constitution continues to lead here over Core Conviction. First Constitution now gets away to lead by 3. Core Conviction is dropping back. YY, Paul Y moving up on the outside. Farther back, 12-volt man, and Forewarned is still the trailer. 3/4 and 1/10. They're at the quarter pole. It is First Constitution with the lead. YY, Paul Y has moved into second. Core Conviction has dropped out of it. They passed the 3/16 pole. It is First Constitution on top here by a half dozen lengths. YY, Paul Y in second with 12-volt man in third. And it is First Constitution who will be first in the Jazil Stakes. YY, Paul Y was second, 12-volt man third, and Forewarned finished fourth.
First Constitution, Jose Lezcano, aggressive out of the gate, and he actually got to the front with this horse.
Yeah, I have to give Jose Lezcano. I've been critical of him, but he clearly understood what he needed to do here to win. And Core Conviction outbroke him and was in front of him. Having the inside these two races being aggressive helps. I think Jose Ortiz should have gone even faster because I don't feel you could stalk and win. And I think Core Conviction finishing last year showed how difficult it is, the difference between being inside and outside. But this horse, he ran. I mean, this track is very fast today. That 147.96 is under a second above the track record. And listen, we've been running a 1.8 mile race in this main track for a long, long time. And this is a good performance, but the combination of the bias and a quick racetrack, this horse ran a very fast race.
Yeah, 147 flat is the track record. 147-4 here for First Constitution. Group 1 winner in Chile. And now a winner here stateside of the Jazil for Todd Pletcher. 4 wins from 9 career starts, 5-2. Your winner here in the Jazil. We have more stakes action ahead. Franklin Square is next, but a big effort from the son of Constitution.
Good Magic's in front. Good Magic pulls away from Solovini. Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Good Magic to the front of the field in the Toyota Bluegrass to win it. The champ is back. Good Magic in a good-looking performance.
800,000, 75, 875, 8.5. Pete, 775,000. Thank you.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Smile Happy was a TDN rising star following his maiden win at Keeneland. From there, he captured the Grade 2 Kentucky Jockey Club Stakes to remain undefeated and earning points toward the Kentucky Derby. In Future Pool 1, Smile Happy was individual leader by lowest odds. Among the top of his crop by stakes winners and earnings, Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Call today and book your mare to Red Hot Sire Run Happy, standing in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back at America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Oaklawn, 4th race. Next on their Saturday program, 6 furlong sprint, $100,000 allowance race for 4-year-olds and up. And 4 to 5 on Macron, Steve Asmussen. And here he is teaming up with Ricardo Santana Jr., horse second off a lengthy layoff, who was pretty good first off the bench when he returned on New Year's Day.
Yeah, this was one I remember Jonathan was talking about when she liked him in the race, and I said I just can't bet Asmussen off long layoffs, and Jonathan argued with me, and he was right, that he'll have him ready, et cetera, and he lost. So in result, yes, he lost, but I wasn't right. Jonathan was right. He ran super in this race. And at the end of the day, Greg, if he repeats that performance, he's going to win this race.
It would appear so. He'll get a fast track this afternoon. His only prior win did come in the slot, but he's run good on the fast going. Let's check in with Gary Stevens.
And it is fast today, guys, and it's Captain Obvious, so let's try and find somebody who can possibly run second or possibly upset if there's going to be an upset. The 2-horse baseball politics, he does have some early speed. He should be forwardly placed. Ramon Vasquez swaps mounts with the 5-horse here, actually. Fastly, and another horse that possesses speed. Francisco Arrieta, you guys were talking about what kind of meat he's having up here. He can do no wrong. He's riding with a lot of confidence, and he does ride Fastly, the 5-horse here. So why not? Maybe he can put back-to-back winners here together, guys. But I don't see him beating the 9-horse, 4 to 5 right now on the board.
Gary, thanks. I will say this. His best races have come on off tracks.
No, listen, that's fair. That's fair with him, and he may have liked it. I think he drew well on the outside. You know, Fastly worries me a little bit. I don't like the layoff, and this is a trainer whose numbers, I looked up his numbers in the dirt, 6 to 12-month layoffs. He's 19% with a $1.36 ROI, so that's not encouraging. I thought he was dangerous in here, though, because his races are pretty good, and he could be the speed of the speed. Not a fan of Fastly.
Loved that horse, probably the first 6 starts of his career, and 7th start of his career he won.
I've been there.
Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, no, I remember exactly what Andy was talking about, and I appreciate the comment. Look, I think Andy was right as well, right? I think what you can look at is that I thought the horse was going to win. He was bet as if he was supposed to win, and so although he did run well, ultimately he didn't win, and if you bet the horse to win, you lost. So for me, I feel like, looking at Andy's point, that Steve doesn't necessarily have his best performances with horses first off of a break. Now, you really have to think he's going to take that step forward based off of that stat, because that's what the stat suggests to me for a Hall of Fame trainer like Steve. If his numbers aren't particularly great off of a break, then you have to suggest that it makes you feel like they're going to be better second time out. If you look in a very wide scope in his career, first off a layoff, Steve's 19%, second off a layoff, 21%. That's not that big of a difference, but I would expect Macron to run faster, and I love the draw outside. I like speed horses drawn outside at Oaklawn, especially when they're the best horse in the race, in my opinion, and I think that the 9 is the best horse in this race.
All right, JK, thanks. Meanwhile, this 4 is interesting. Mesa Moon, this horse is quick early. Comes off a state-bred win at Remington. He's a 5-time winner. He's getting no money right now.
I don't trust the Remington form from what I've seen so far. For what it's worth, I looked up the trainer stats. He's a big price if you like him. I don't want to dissuade people from betting 11-to-1 shots. But this trainer's numbers, you see he's a 17% trainer with a lot of starts. Over the last 5 years at Oaklawn, he's 8 for 161 with a 50-cent ROI, which says to me his horses are probably not performing as well at Oaklawn as they are at other racetracks, because he's clearly a successful trainer.
That's Parador quickly on the 7. Short layoff. He comes back and he wins on this racetrack with the best figure he's ever run. He'd still probably need to move up again, though, to win here, right?
Yes, but his last race came up very fast. But I'll give you an example. The second place finisher had run a 72 buyer in his prior start. He ran an 84 buyer in here, and he came back and ran a 69 buyer. And when I see that, he came back and he was fourth at 8-5 in his next start. It makes me wonder, is that figure that reliable going forward? That's all I worry a little bit. But he ran last time. I will not deny it.
Meanwhile, it's down to it was momentarily 3-5 on Macron. Back up to 4-5. It's going to be odds on here and may dip down another notch before the gates open. A lot of separation between second and third in that race. He was 6 lengths clear of Belfast Boy in that race, who's going to have the rail today.
I bet a little to win on Fastly, very small, and made an equal 9-5 exacta.
Meanwhile, baseball politics at 2, maybe one more to throw into the mix, maybe underneath. His first try at Oaklawn, he won. He won with an 80 buyer. He'd need to step up as well. That was a 40,000 charter allowance. He can maybe sit off the early speed. Macron, though, is going to be tough, especially with these connections. Asmussen, Santana Jr. riding together again here on a 4-year-old son of Frosted. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Fastly wins the break, goes to the front from Macron and Mesa Moon. These three are quickest. Baseball Politics and Emperador are next, then Reprobate and Bandit Point, followed by Rotary Dial and Belfast Boy, and the trailer is Mas Tequila. It's Fastly up the backstretch, now a length and a quarter in front of Mesa Moon and Macron, together second and third. Then comes Between Horses and Emperador. He's trying for the same spot as Baseball Politics, and Baseball Politics got there first, and so he's up in there, and Emperador is shuffled back. Reprobate has 4 lengths to make up. Bandit Point is 6 off the lead outside of Belfast Boy. Rotary Dial has 8 to come, and far back to Mas Tequila. Fastly continues to lead, but Macron looms large on the outside. Could have a new leader when we straighten away, and we do. It is Macron to put a neck in front. Fastly is second. Mesa Moon third. 3.5 to Belfast Boy in fourth. Then Reprobate, Macron, and a very game Fastly to the wire. Macron now a full length in front. Fastly is second. Now Macron leads by 3. Late run from Belfast Boy. It is Macron in front. Macron won by 3. Fastly, good second. Mesa Moon third. Emperador finished fourth.
Credit Fastly. Francisco Arrieta did what they tried to do it on the front end. In the end, Macron just too good and went second off the layoff.
I said to you in the backstretch, Fastly's going pretty well here. Then I went, looks like Macron is going pretty well too. And I agree with Vic Stauffer. I think that Fastly did run well in here to be second, but he was a distant second best, and made the back of exacta, so it worked out okay. But Macron, he's looking at him.
Ricardo very quiet with his hands on Macron. Did this pretty easily. Son of Frosted, now a 2-time winner in 8 starts. Back to the Jazil, first Constitution. Jose Lezcano aggressive out of the gate, got to the front and never looked back.
It's clear that this was one where Jose wanted to stay on the rail and wanted this position, and he was right. It paid off. It paid almost $8. And you saw the exact, when you get a bias like this, it exaggerates the winners. We've seen the last 2 races. And it also exaggerates the losers. Core Conviction's a much better horse than that. But this is a pretty good horse.
And we're continuing to see blazing times. 1:47 and 4 for the mile and 1/8. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with assistant trainer to Todd Pletcher, Byron Hughes. And Byron, finally, this horse breaks through, albeit in a stake, with this Jazil victory, and one that you've and your team have had high hopes for all along. How gratifying is this victory?
Yeah, it's good. It's been a long road since the summer at Saratoga. He had some behavioral issues up there, and he's continually maturing throughout the process, and showed that today.
Taking a horse from South America, and he's a Group 1 winner there, what kind of hurdles do you have to overcome?
Just adjusting to training up here. It might be a little different than down there. Just a daily routine. I'm sure it's different down there, just like any other stable. So, and he adjusted slowly, but he finally did come around.
You look sensational. And Byron, I know you'll have to talk with Todd, obviously, but what's kind of the next logical step? Do you keep him here in New York?
Yeah, we'll see how he comes out of it, and see what Todd has planned with the ownership group, and go from there.
All right, well, congratulations. Enjoy this victory today.
Thank you.
All right, guys, first Constitution finally breaking through in the States and gets it done in the Jazil. Greg?
And now a stateside stakes win on the resume. We mentioned a Group 1 winner in Chile. Don Alberto Stable, Windstar Farm, co-ownership group of this 5-year-old son of Constitution. As we take a look at the late pick 5 follow along, $56 a horse Began It with Betty's Smile in race 5.
A lot of people smiling if they used that horse. The other two were very usable horses. I don't think we'll see First Constitution, the Pegasus. But, you know,
a quick comeback.
He is a horse that deserved to get a little lucky because he had been a little unlucky in a couple of his previous races.
Graded stake, though? You think he deserves a shot?
Of course, absolutely.
Franklin Square, 3-year-old fillies up next, 6.5 furlongs. And there is a look at Moam for Horatio de Paz. Saw her this summer at Saratoga. And she showed some good fight to the wire in a 3-way race. She got the win. Here's start number 2 up next.
Eclipse champion Blame ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include Aga Khan stud Saidabad, a top performer overseas, stakes winners Mandate, Officiating, Love the Nest, Dancing Kiki, and Blame JD. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Franklin Square, co-feature on this Saturday card, is up next. 3-year-old fillies, 6.5 furlongs, named after an area just east of Belmont Park. Quiet farming town that experienced a population boom after World War II. Franklin National Bank opened in 1926. Historical landmark that is still standing today. 3 square miles of suburbs. Remains an active community with strong local businesses, including, I'm told, a favorite spot over there, right there, A&S Bagels, that I've yet to try, but it's worth the trip.
I think there's a sushi place on the main drag that I've been to quite a few times. It's very good.
Visit if you can. Franklin Square coming up next. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Franklin Square, actually, where I lived for the first 4 years. I was here in New York, so still live right next to it, the town right over from it. So big fan of Franklin Square. As we'll take a look at some of the young ladies here in the paddock. Assembled the New York bred, starting with number 2, Sterling Silver, who's taking a lot of money early on here, and this only being her second career start. But first time out, she was a little bit green, but what really kind of grabbed me about her is not what I saw in the paddock, but what I saw out in the track in the warm-up. Huge stride to her, just really really covers a lot of ground. And so that was on display, where she got up by a nose in a race, which albeit did produce Yo Cuz, who came back and won the Stallion Series Stakes in her next start. In this filly, more together mentally today and physically, and I think the extra half furlong actually plays well into her wheelhouse, and despite coming off a little bit of a freshening, looks incredibly fit here, even more so than what she did for her debut. But I'm a big fan of number 6, Lee Lou, for trainer Dave Duggan. She bottomed out a field last time out over the slot, so we'll see how she negotiates getting back on a fast track. I don't see any reason why she would prefer a sloppy track over a dry one, because honestly, she's a big, heavy filly that usually those types don't necessarily love it. I will say maybe there's a little smidge of turf physicality with her, but still, I think she'll be A-okay on this track, though it does depend what kind of trip Kendrick Carmouche is able to pull with her. But if anything, she's improved yet again for her third start here. She by far looks best here in the paddock. Now, coming in off of a considerable layoff, Moam actually ran on my birthday, and won coming up the rail. Now, I do think she is one that actually more ground will suit her. Coming back at the 6.5, we'll see how she does, but not one that I saw in that debut. Not thrilled with what I see here. I don't know why we haven't seen her in a while, but she does have a lovely pedigree, being a daughter of Twirling Candy and half-sister to Sharp Star. So she really has a pedigree that says she runs a little bit longer, and she looks like that physically. Now, to be fair to her, Twirling Candies, the fillies at least, a lot of times aren't the most robust types, but still, with the layoff in mind, I do think she would need to appear just a bit stronger to be considered a player up against some of these other horses with more recency, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. You mentioned Sharp Star, stablemate of Moam, Grade 3 winner of the Go for Juan for Horatio. Let's take a look at the only start. It was Saratoga this summer. Came up the fence and did show some fight. Was in a three-way fight down the stretch to get the win.
I wish that I had my dunce cap with me, because I'd happily wear it if this horse wins. Now, she's 6-1. If you like her, she's a square enough price, but and I bet her this day. It wasn't my birthday.
Shortest
but I
it
bet,
was not.
but
Okay.
it was not my birthday, but I did bet on her. We'll get our birthdays out, so everybody knows, by the way. I don't like the field she beat. The horses that came out of that race have numerous chances and have failed at short prices. To be fair, she ran a fast enough buyer figure that in the time since the last race, improvement would get her there. I don't like the field she beat, though.
She did get to ride that rail as well.
Yeah, it wasn't the gold rail, the Aqueduct gold rail, though, I will tell you that. I thought the track was pretty fair that day.
There's Dylan Davis. He's going to be on Thinking It Over, who ran in the mud at Aqueduct to break her maiden. Here's Lilu, though, and this is the one Maggie was very high on. 5-2 favorite. Public backing this one as well. Big effort, big figure, and a win on a sloppy racetrack. Can she reproduce it here on the fast track?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Maggie's sentiment when she was, same thing, you don't know. But I don't think it was the slop that propelled this horse. Maybe it exaggerated it. You pointed out accurately how well the second-place finisher ran the next time out. Whether or not that's specifically relevant, this horse ran in this race, Greg, and I think she is the deserving favorite and the horse to beat. What concerns me is the way the racetrack is playing, and it's having a significant effect on who's winning races around here.
Can Kendrick Carmouche try and get to the inside here? Going to be in post 6 with Lilu. Post parade coming up. We'll see Sandy's Garden first, who's an interesting horse. Ran a huge number at Finger Lakes in the debut, just decimated that group, and then did not show up at Belmont.
I'll expand this after the post parade, but I like her chances in this race, and I think that I was hoping for a little better than 4-1, but I think it's a very interesting play at a fair price.
Sterling Silver, Trevor McCarthy looking for his 4th win today.
Maggie had good things to say in the paddock. I don't love the field she came out of, even though Lilu came out of that race, because mostly those horses aren't that good. We'll see.
Thinking It Over, broke her maiden debut on a race taken off the turf.
And bias or not, she did beat the horse that won today's first race pretty easily.
Yeah, battled with that one down the stretch, too, in that maiden win. Thin legs, speed of the field.
Yeah, I mean, she could be clear in here, but she's going to need more than a bias to get her home.
Be the dirt debut for Flip My Id.
The family is turf, if anything. They're taking a shot to see what they have with the New York bred. If she's not effective here, they'll wait till we get back to turf.
Here's Lilu, Kendrick Carmouche, David Duggan.
All things being equal, she is clearly the horse to beat.
3-1 right now. Here's Moam. She won first time out Saratoga. Again, for Horatio to pause. This will be start number 2.
Good trip in there. We'll see if she can improve off that. I just didn't like who she beat.
Maravilloso for Jimmy Ferraro, New Barn.
Very impressive pronunciation. We'll see. Broke the maiden, but going to have to run a lot faster than she did in her debut.
And Hood on again for the 9. She's a Wild Joker, 3-year-old debut coming up.
She's got a tough post to overcome in this position, and especially for a horse that probably has to get a little faster. But to be fair, I thought her last race was okay. She's improving at least.
Yeah, stakes winner in the slot. That was at Finger Lakes. Trying to do it here at the Big A. Let's go to Jonathan for more in the Franklin Square.
Yeah, like I touched on a little bit during the pick 4 conversation, the 9, She's a Wild Joker. It's one of those horses where it happens occasionally throughout the year where a horse will kind of run through a trainer's, I don't want to say bad stat, a low stat, a stat that they don't excel at or they don't try to excel at. I don't think Dave Donk is the type of guy that's out here trying to win first out at all cost. This horse was talented enough to do that despite his trainer's intent. She was able to do that despite her trainer's intent, and that's something that I pay attention to. You see her continuously show up in stakes races. She's had a little bit of time to mature, to turn into a 3-year-old now in the middle of January, and I think she should and could run well. And I agree, the track is going to be a little bit of a problem, but she could tactically get forward enough to not be too wide around there, and I think she's an okay price at 6-1. And if you're looking for the horse that I think is going to end up on the rail, it feels like to me it's going to either be the 1 Sandy's Garden or the 3 Thinking It Over. And I'm just hopeful that it's going to be the 3 Thinking It Over. This horse has made one start that was sprinting on a sloppy racetrack, so we're not 100% sure if she liked or didn't like that surface. And I'm just hoping that Dylan will be aggressive away from there, from that 3 hole, and try to clear over on Jose in the 1 Sandy's Garden. If the 3 Thinking It Over can make the rail, I think she's extremely live at 4-1.
Okay, we'll talk about Thinking It Over in just a moment, as we'll also check in with number 1, Sandy's Garden, going out for Jolie for the first time, has been training over at Belmont. I liked her when she showed up for the Maid of the Mist. I thought she would be able to handle going a mile, and she couldn't. I still think she could, possibly, because she's just a long, stretchy filly. And she makes sense here. Did she wow me? No, but she could run well, given her post position. Number 3, Thinking It Over. I'm on the fence with her. I do think she looks like a horse that appreciated a wet track, small, cuppy little feet, just very lightly kind of framed in a way. Is sharp, though, so that kind of, that position that she had in that last race, we'll see once again. She should be close to the pace. So jury's still out on her, for me at least, at a short price, Greg.
Thin leg speedster moves in. We're set for the Franklin Square. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 9. She's a Wild Joker. And she goes in. We're set for the start. And they're off. Bit of a slow beginning for number 7, Moam. And she is the trailer. The leader is Sandy's Garden from that inside post position, out for the lead by a length and a half. Flip My Id is running in second, and down on the inside is Thinking It Over in third, with Lilu right there in fourth. A break of 2 to Sterling Silver, who is running in fifth. Now it's 3 lengths. Back to Maravilloso, and alongside is She's a Wild Joker. Then comes Thin Legs, and farther back is Moam. The quarter in 22 seconds. Sandy's Garden in front here by 2 lengths. Thinking It Over and Lilu are right together, second and third, with Sterling Silver in fourth, 4 lengths from the front. Flip My Id begins to tail off. Farther back it is Maravilloso. On the far outside is Moam. The half and 45-1 as they come into the stretch with Sandy's Garden, the one to catch. Sandy's Garden in front. Sterling Silver now drives up on the outside. Sandy's Garden and Sterling Silver, and they are right together moving for the 16th pole. Sterling Silver on the outside now takes over the lead. Sandy's Garden in second, thinking it over in third, and it will be Sterling Silver, and it's been a sterling day for jockey Trevor McCarthy, his fourth win this afternoon.
He has stolen the show today, no question. 4-win day, as you heard, for Trevor. Sterling Silver, now a perfect 2 for 2.
11 for his last 20 races, needing to ride in all of them. And, you know, once again, it's not a speed bias, it's a rail bias. And the interesting thing was, the one wasn't even on the rail until the stretch. But, you know, Jose rode her fine in here. But Trevor McCarthy, he stayed on the rail every step of the way, and he angled out when he had to. And he's won with closers on this card because he's staying on the rail until he absolutely has to get off it. But, you know, good points by Maggie before the race, saying how she liked how the horse had improved since then. And I threw the horse in the exacta with the one who had no excuse to lose this race because she liked the way the horse improved. And I thought, Trevor won't leave the rail. He'll give her every chance.
Man who is in tune with how this track is playing, no question. And daughter of Cupid for Tom Albertrani. Now 2 for 2. Both those wins coming at Aqueduct. Goes off at 6-1 in here.
This horse did very, very well. I want to watch some of the other trips and see if horses were compromised because Moam, by the way, who got completely left in this race, I was right that she wasn't going to win. I was wrong that she wasn't going to run well because all things considered, just to finish 4th, considering she got left. But thinking it over, did save ground on the inside before angling out the stretch, and that's when her rally died. What happened to Lilu?
Yeah, just did not show up here. That was the big disappointment here. She showed so much promise in that victory in the slop back in December. Back to the drawing board with her. 2-1, 3-7 Sterling Silver, winner of the Franklin Square for trainer Tom Albertrani. 4-win day for that man. Trevor McCarthy does it with a 6-1 shot here in this Franklin Square for 3-year-old fillies. Prices set up the nightcap when we come back.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
We bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on America's Day at the Races program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Franklin Square in the books. That was a quick look there at that pick 5. 6-1 shot here with a $50 horse to kick off the sequence. Sterling Silver. It's been a 4-win day for that rider. Trevor McCarthy Wins here on the Daughter of Cupid.
And while he's a smart rider who's taking advantage of the bias, he's also a very good rider. You know, it's not like he's a guy who's getting lucky because he's smart and knows how to ride the rail. He's a very, very good rider who's taking advantage of circumstance, but he's a fearless rider. He's an excellent rider. I'm so impressed with him.
Tried going out to the West Coast, came back here to New York, felt it was the right move, had ankle surgery, and he has come back and he has been on a tear since his return. Late Pick 5 follow along. There it is. Total pool, $332,000. And with that price alone in the first leg, it's going to be remarkably handsome if you score here. But now a 6-to-1 shot as well with Sterling Silver.
Should we take a look? See what those
Yes,
Pick 5s are
please.
playing. The smallest Pick 5 appears to be 5,600 with War Novel. Not a favorite I liked.
Wow, the 7. We're going to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. You can tune on over to FS2 with continuing coverage. As Maggie Wolfendale standing by for the winning interview with the hot hand this afternoon. We're going to get to them in just a moment. But impressive performance here from this filly. You mentioned in terms of trip, Trevor did the right thing, but she was incredibly good today.
I agree. She got the right trip, but you've still got to be good enough to win. Just because you get the right trip doesn't mean you're good enough to win.
2 for 2 now. Sterling Silver again. Goodbye to those on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. We continue on FS2. We are still with you here. Franklin Square in the books. Maggie Wolfendale has Mr. 4 wins. Trevor McCarthy standing by.
The hot hand. He's keeping me warm here in the paddock. Trevor with his 4th win, this one in the Franklin Square. And Trevor, a filly that you're now 2 for 2 on. Talk a little bit about her from her first start to her second start and her performance today.
You know, in her first start, she lugged in pretty hard on me, and she was just really green. And I worked her before that, and she was really straightforward. I fell in love with her. I actually had an argument with my agent, Joe, that she'd win first time out, and she did. So, but that's a whole nother story. Anyway, so she, you know, she really developed in a nice spot today. We were able to save a lot of ground, and she was a little keen going into the turn, but once she got outside, she really accelerated great, and she's been working tremendous, and I'm just so happy for all the connections.
Well, Trevor, you mentioned working her, and what people may not know behind the scenes, you work tirelessly in the morning. You are the one jock I see before the sun is up till the last break. Trevor, talk about that work ethic, especially in these frigid temperatures.
Yeah, look, you know, my father always taught me hard work pays off, and you know, coming back from California, you know, having to restart, and I just wanted to show the people that I'm here to stay, and you know, kind of make a big impact and work hard, get to know my horses well, and you know, try and make a difference out on the racetrack in the afternoon. And you know, I have a great agent right now, Joe Migliori. He's doing a great job, and he's working really hard as well. So it's, you know, we're very grateful, very blessed, and you know, I just a huge credit to everybody, you know, that's given us a huge opportunity.
And congratulations to you making all the right decisions out there and working hard, riding hard too. It's paying off. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
All right, Trevor McCarthy has just been on fire these last 2 weekends, Greg, and Sterling Silver caps off a beautiful Saturday for him.
They've been a great team. Joe Migliori, Trevor McCarthy, and Trevor mentioned his dad there, who was a pretty good rider his own right back in the day. Michael McCarthy retired back in 2002. He won over 2,900 races in his career.
I think his father was 5'10".
Very tall,
Which
yes.
to me is a giant. I told Trevor, you're riding so well, you're starting to make Joe Migliori look good. But they are doing well together. And Joe, you know, this is Joe's first chance to be an agent. So obviously there's always a learning curve in doing something like that, even though he's obviously been around the racetrack. But he's a smart guy, and I think he's really learning well in the job, and he's got a rider that's the goods.
Late Pick 5 at Oaklawn begins in this race coming up, a 2-turn mile. It's a starter optional claiming race. And 4 to 5 favoritism, Brad Cox, Ricardo Santana Jr., and a horse stretching out in distance in Warriors Battle, who's won 2 in a row sprinting.
Yeah, it's tough to take those short prices in those kind of situations. I agree this horse looks like the horse to beat, but doesn't she kind of have to stalk the speed of the two? And when you're betting a horse stretching out with speed, I'm always more comfortable when I know they can clear the lead. And 3 to 5 seems like an awfully short price.
Well, the two you mentioned who's going to be quick early. That's a Donner Run Happy, who's coming off a win against Easier. It was 30 maiden claiming. This will be the first try against winners. But, yeah, got to deal with that speed, probably sit off that one, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I've been trying to make cases. You know what horse I thought was a little bit interesting? I thought the 3 Sacks was a little bit interesting in here. Getting Lasix for the first time. I thought that maybe she'd get the right trip in here. I bet a couple dollars on her against the favorite.
She was in a tougher group last start, but did she
did not
potentially not like the extra ground? The question.
Another interesting thing is Pure Elegance. You know, Norman Knight claimed this horse on synthetic to bring her to Oaklawn. So he obviously wanted to run this horse on the dirt. Now, that doesn't mean she's going to win, but is a connect, so there is that as far as the dirt influence. So maybe that horse could be a little bit dangerous in here.
Loading up. You know, these connections, they're going to get overbet anyway. Brad Cox looking to collect his second straight Eclipse Award as Outstanding Trainer. We will find out February the 10th. Ricardo Santana Jr. He's won 9 of the last 10 riding titles here. 4 to 5 of the 5. Warriors Battle stretching out to this mile distance for the first time from post 5. Vic Stauffer with the call.
Dare me. They're at the post. Can't be touched. Very restless. They're set. They're off. Cost of Fortune and Mumblebee go for the front. Warriors Battle and Can't Be Touched, who's tightly at the rail. Then comes Sacks, Pure Elegance, and Dare Me, followed by Moy Hey Lady. The one on the lead is Mumblebee, and at the back of the pack early is Tone It Up. So it's Mumblebee to the backstretch to cross and clear from Warriors Battle, who sits a good spot in second. Mumblebee, the leader by 2. Warriors Battle is second by a length and a half to Pure Elegance. A 4-wide Dare Me. Sacks between horses and tightly at the rail, Cost of Fortune. Then it's 2 lengths further back to Can't Be Touched. About 5 from the front. Tone It Up is a length behind her, and the trailer is Mo Hey Lady as they run up the backstretch. Midway on the backside, finish line is the 16th pole, and Mumblebee is the leader with Warriors Battle, a menacing shadow to the outside. Warriors Battle trying to be the first 3-time winner at the meet, and now she has no excuses from there, going to be the leader going into the far turn. Pure Elegance, Dare Me, a hard-ridden Sacks, and Cost of Fortune are next. They're all 2.5 from the lead. Then Mo Hey Lady, Tone It Up, and Can't Be Touched is the trailer, and Warriors Battle has taken charge. It is Warriors Battle, top of the stretch, a length and a quarter in front of Dare Me, who's threatening to run a good one. Here's Dare Me alongside Warriors Battle. These two have sprinted about 5 clear from Mo Hey Lady and Tone It Up. Warriors Battle has turned away Dare Me and settles into the lead with a winning lead. Warriors Battle now 6 lengths in front. Dare Me, Tone It Up might get into second. Here's your first 3-time winner this season at Oaklawn. Warriors Battle indeed. And that was a big win. Double digits, call it 11. Tone It Up got second from Dare Me and Mo Hey Lady.
Are we still concerned about the mile?
No, no.
First 3-time winner at the meet,
Greg.
as you heard. Yes, handled the extra distance just fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Final margin? I don't even want to guess here.
Was there ever a point in this race where she didn't look like the winner in here? I mean, she just dominated. You don't see a lot of Kozans around here. And Kozan, a big pedigree horse. A nice, talented horse who just had an abbreviated career, but this is a joke. This horse won like a 3 to 5 shot should.
15 length win?
Felt like over 10.
Wow.
I'm not Tom Durkin. Tom Durkin was really good at telling you like exact margins. He was impressive in that, in many ways.
Tough skill. One of the many things. Yeah, he did great. New York breds close out this card in New York. $25,000 maiden claiming group. Everyone looking for that first win. It's a one-turn mile coming up. And Shinjuku, one of the horses to beat in this nightcap coming up, trained by that man right there. Horatio de Paz had a terrific 2021. We're going to carry that momentum forward, and he'll try and notch a victory here in this nightcap coming up.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. And added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. A winner in Grade 1 placed at 2. Multiple graded stakes victor at 3 and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of Warfront has proven his class at every level. At Keeneland November, his first mares and foals sold up to $310,000. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We've been here for 50 years. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to Saratoga Racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. We always, on this program, we get so excited when there's a, talented New York bred making headlines in this sport, and we've had quite a few of them lately.
I love watching you turn into a New Yorker, Greg. You really, no, really, I do.
Didn't say
no,
that.
you are. You're starting to really embrace. I meant that sincerely. I wasn't kidding. You are a New Yorker now. You're living in Brooklyn.
Yep.
And working with us in New York, and it's been a great pleasure having you here. But you really, it's nice to see you starting to embrace New York.
I really am.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean that.
Well, I got a native New Yorker living in the
That's
house.
right. He's a New York bred.
Yes.
All the way around.
Who turns 1 a week from today, by the way.
Excellent. Is he coming out?
Could be. Interesting.
He needs to make a trip to Aqueduct. He really does.
We'll get him out here before the meet's over.
Been to Belmont.
This nightcap coming up. So we talked about Horatio de Paz going to break. Can you forgive that last race? Sloppy racetrack, 2 starts before that turf. The other races would make this horse the horse to beat, right?
100%. Especially the third start. I hate rules. Never do this, never do that. You should. But is this a reasonable rule? Unless you can actually make an excuse for a race, you can't throw racehorses' races out, especially when they come back at short prices.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, obviously something went wrong. We haven't seen him for 6 months now. I just wonder how reliable he is. He's also not exactly a horse that has that much speed, but I like Gomez. He's a terrific young rider, and he's been smart about the rail, and I'll bet you he gets position, and he's inside, which will help him.
7-pound apprentice. Now he'll be on this one here. Shinjuku, 7-2. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, I think with the 3 Shinjuku, look, you're looking at a horse that, obviously the pedigree's there and there's a lot to like, but when they finally did make the decision to run for 25, this horse didn't run particularly well. Now, if you wanted to say that it was a sloppy racetrack, maybe that was the problem, then sure, that can be the argument. But the price on the board, I'm a little bit cold on that one. I would say this as well, the inside being what it is, I guess that could help as well, but I just couldn't get my eyes away from the outside 2 horses. The 9 Bohemian Ruby puts the blinkers on, is with the trainer change now for the 3rd time, and you're hoping that you'll see that kind of improvement. Hasn't been breaking well. Will need to get that taken care of in order to get some position and not get hooked entirely too wide. And then the 10 Forest Wood Lane. This is a horse that ran okay last time too, was wide all the way around there. My fear is that's going to happen again. It's a really tough race to wrap up the sequence because the 3 is drawn where I want my horses to be on this day, but this is not a horse that I want to back based on the story that they're telling me with this horse. So I'm going to hope that the 9 Bohemian Ruby or the 10 Forest Wood Lane can somehow work out a trip from the outside. I know that's a big somehow. I just can't take the 3 as the favorite in this race.
I like the 10. Handicapping the race, forgetting about the bias.
Okay.
The 10. I like the rider switch, Trevor McCarthy. This horse broke a little slow last time, but was out in the middle of the racetrack, but also was running on a track that was very, very kind to speed. And I do think ran as well as anybody outside of the winner in there. So I do like him. I know Trevor's going to do what he can, but it's a tough road to hoe. I don't like the 9. My play around here would be to play against the 9 Bohemian Ruby, a horse who rode the rail for the most of the race last time before angling out. I thought really had the best of it. And Oliver's Fortune, has had, when Oliver's Fortune finished 2nd, 2 back, and Bohemian Ruby finished 3rd, 2 back, he had a dream trip that day, and Oliver's Fortune had significant trouble in there. So to me, the 8 is a significantly better horse than 9. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to win, but I'm against the 9. I like the 3, 8, and 10. I like the 10 the most.
And, you go back and look at, the 3 is the favorite. 7-2, though, is a fairly generous favorite.
I agree. It's hard not to have some trepidation with this horse. What I do like is this rider will give him his best chance. I mean, we've talked a lot about Trevor, and justifiably so. He's dominating right now. But this kid, I don't think I've seen a rider, a 7-pound rider, he's a 10-pound rider, since Jose Ortiz when he burst on the scene, that it was clear that he was more than just a good apprentice. Now, listen, we've seen good apprentices in the past that fail when they became journeymen. It's a tough switch. But I remember seeing Jose Ortiz and knowing that he wasn't going to fail. He was going to succeed, and he's a great rider. I like what I see from this kid. He stays on the rail. He's aggressive. He's not afraid to push the button. And he's got the right mentor in Angel Cordero.
Yeah, who's been a great mentor for him, sharing everything he knows. And it's been paying off quickly. Has become a 7-pound apprentice.
Yeah, no, I like what I've seen, and I just think, but the problem is he still may do everything right, and it won't matter. He's a tough horse to trust, but, I just don't know where else I'm supposed to really go in this race. And sort of by process of elimination, I like the 3, 8, and 10, but the track may have a lot to do with how that plays out, and I can always use an excuse.
This rider, too, by the way, he broken arm, kind of set him back a little bit. He only really is began riding in June. And look how far he's come already.
No, it's amazing. I mean, he blew through his 10-pound bug. He's a 7-pound bug, and he's winning races. I think, what is it, 35 races, 25 or 35 races before you become a 5-pound bug? It's going to happen to him at some point in March. You know, Angel Cordero, who had been Manny Franco's agent, Manny had made a change. But Angel still got Jose Gomez, and they're going to do very, very well together.
And there he is, the man he's talking to there on the right, Horacio De Paz, who formerly worked for John Service, Dwayne Lucas, worked with Rags to Riches and Quality Road with Todd Pletcher. Worked with some good ones, and then he went out on his own back in 2015, working with Sagamore Farm, and now has a lot of horses with Barry Schwartz. Some of the advice that Angel Cordero, by the way, gave Jose Gomez specifically here at Aqueduct: stay close to the pace and stay to the inside, especially in the winter at Aqueduct, and we're seeing that pay off now.
No, it really is, and I mean, I don't think it's possible not to be impressed by what we've seen from this kid so far. He does not ride like a 10-pound and 7-pound bug rider, and I think that's what we saw with Jose Ortiz also. And we also saw it with his brother, Irad, who made that. Both of those guys made a seamless switch when they lost their bugs.
Well, that 7-2 has evaporated. Now 5-2 on Shinjuku, so we'll stop talking about him. Of course, it's going to get to even money soon.
Well, I like the 10, but yeah, I didn't think we'd get 7-2.
Blinkers coming off Napoleon Complex to the inside.
Yeah, we'll see if it can help this horse. He's just a little too slow, but he did draw the rail.
Reunion Tour, he's 0 for 14.
He is, and he's 0 for 12 in the dirt. He's got some races to give him a shot. He's got no speed.
Here's the favorite, Shinjuku, with Jose Gomez.
He figures to get a decent trip in here, and I do agree he's probably the horse to beat.
Addicted to You, his dirt debut came last start. It did not impress.
But it was fast enough to be competitive here, to be fair. He also has no speed.
Sir William, James Ferraro trains.
You should be betting him, Ange.
My son's watching right now. 17-1.
Young Sir William.
Yep. Stretching out to a mile for the first time. Bellboy, Pat Reynolds.
This horse just hasn't done any running, but does get back to a fast track and get Lasix.
9-2 on War Novel, Dylan Davis.
My guess is Denota's like this one. Why? I don't know. He's taking a lot of money. Could it be Zilla money?
Could be. I did like the way he's warming up, stretching back out. Here's Oliver's Fortune, who was ahead of Bohemian Ruby, 2 back.
The knock on him is he's had a lot of chances, but last time out he got involved in a pretty contested pace. The time before that he wasn't going to win, but he would have been a lot closer if he didn't get in trouble.
Blinkers off this horse, Bohemian Ruby.
I just think he's had good trips in his race. He's a little bit dressed up, personally.
And on the outside, as you mentioned, it's going to be tough to get this horse down near the inside from this outside post.
Yeah, I mean, that's the trouble. I think he ran well last time. He had some trouble in there. He seems to be the logical one. Less starts than so many of the others, but he's got to work out the right trip. Can Trevor win 5?
We'll find out. He's going to try and get to that number here coming up on Forest Wood Lane. You said he's won 11 of his, not of his last, 11 of the last 20 races?
He won the last 4 races on Sunday, and then he won 3 on an 8-race card on Thursday, and he won 4 in the first 8 races here. 8, and 4 is 20, right?
Incredible run. Chance to make it 5 this afternoon. And look at the prices. $16 horse, $44 horse.
I know it's clear that his agent's doing a lousy job, but Trevor's just riding so well. He's overcoming the Migliori, you know? Joey, do a better job. Get this guy some live horses.
Well, he's going to start getting better mounts with the wins he's producing. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Couldn't be happier for the Joe Migliori, Trevor McCarthy team, as we'll see. And two, don't forget, as you guys were saying, it's not like Trevor's ridden in all the races today. He's really made the most of the races that he's participated in. As we'll take a look, though, at Shinjuku coming in off the layoff. Hey, I mean, he looks incredibly fit. He looks the same horse that I've seen from him every time that he's shown up at the races. He is just a relaxed type, carries his conditioning well, warmed up nicely, as he typically does. I don't know if you want to take him at a short price, go ahead. But I agree with the guys. There's some other interesting options in here, though I am definitely not going to be surprised when he does win here. Number 9, Bohemian Ruby. I thought it was interesting what Jonathan was talking about, him not being able to get out of the gate that cleanly. And a lot of times with blinkers coming off, it would actually lead to a quicker break because they can see the doors opening, they can see the other horses leaving too. It just enhances their reaction time. And Kendrick Carmouche gave him a serious warm-up. I mean, a big gallop over to the backside. Is moving very well. I tried this horse last time, but again, I agree with Andy that he got a very good trip in his last two. As number 10, Forestwood Lane, I liked him too. Just noted that he gotten so much more together in his second start. I thought the extra distance would help him. He gets back to a fast track here. He's warmed up nicely again, much like he did last time. I'm going to try with him because I did like him in his last start. Maybe he'll take another step forward. It's just, will he be able to save ground, though, this time around, Greg?
We will find out shortly. Thank you, Maggie. And post time coming up. We'll see what happens here. Again, this pick 5, as we talked about earlier, that huge price to begin it. $56 winner. You said the smallest payout was $5,600?
Yeah, aberrationally low with the 7. So what are we talking about for a parlay? We saw about a 6 and change horse, so let's make it about, we'll be generous and say 200. And then we went into an $8 horse, so 800. The last winner paid 15. So we're talking about a $1,500 parlay for 50 cents.
And again, you meant it's sort of strange that smallest payout is War Novel, the 7.
Kind of aberrational, right?
Yeah. This Shinjuku, the 3, I should say,
8,000.
8,300.
Right. Everything else is above 10,000, right?
Yeah. Bohemian Ruby, the 9, over 10. Forestwood Lane, the 10, over close to 15,000. We'll see what happens here. Nightcap on this Saturday card from Aqueduct. More coming up from Oaklawn, including their features, so don't go away. But the finale here from New York in South Ozone Park. There's Kendrick Carmouche on Bohemian Ruby. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Bohemian Ruby, Forestwood Lane. Now Oliver's Fortune moves up along with War Novel. As they race up the chute, it's Oliver's Fortune and War Novel, and they are 1-2. Bohemian Ruby, Forestwood Lane, they're right together, 3rd and 4th. Down on the inside is Reunion Tour. And alongside is Sir William. Then we come back to Addicted to You, Shinjuku, followed by Napoleon Complex, and trailing the field is Bellboy in 10th. The quarter, 23 seconds, a battle up front. War Novel on the inside and Oliver's Fortune on the outside, and the front two have opened up 7 lengths on Sir William and Reunion Tour, and they're together 3rd and 4th. Shinjuku continues to advance down towards the rail in 5th. As they pass the half-mile pole, the opening half, 45 3/5 seconds. Oliver's Fortune on the outside, now with the lead over War Novel. A gap of 6 back to Sir William in 3rd. Shinjuku has moved to the outside now and continues to gain ground. Down at the rail is Reunion Tour. Farther back it is Napoleon Complex. They're at the top of the stretch. It is Oliver's Fortune with the lead. Shinjuku has moved into 2nd. 3/4 went in 1, 10 and 4. Oliver's Fortune by 3.5 lengths. Shinjuku in 2nd. Then Sir William, Reunion Tour on the outside. It is Oliver's Fortune trying to hang in there for another 16th. Shinjuku on the outside. Oliver's Fortune and Shinjuku, the two of them, come on to the finish together, and it's a photo finish in the finale. Oliver's Fortune or Shinjuku.
Big effort regardless of what happens here. Oliver's Fortune battling with War Novel and still plenty left late. Looks like he may have held on here.
He did hold on the inside. The horse that he battled with was eased. We're looking at him right now. He battled with a horse that was eased, and he still held on. 45.75 for this level of horses, Greg. It was a maiden special weight where they were like 43.75. This was some performance by this horse.
Effort from this horse that goes off at 9-2. I mean, we just about saw War Novel just seconds ago just cross the wire. That's how far back he was. And this one with more in the tank down the stretch.
And obviously the 3 trying to close outside, and Jose Gomez tried to stay inside, but he realized like he couldn't stay inside. He had to go outside of tiring horses. But this was a tremendous performance by this horse. My friend David Aragona's loyalty to him paid off. He loves this horse.
9-2, Eric Cancel on the 4-year-old son of Lauban. This was his 17th career start. And just posted, did hold off the late charging Shinjuku for the win.
And you know what I'm most excited about? The number 10 could never get inside the 3 or 4 path, and he ran horribly, so we can bet him next time if it's a fair racetrack.
Good point.
Another chance.
One to watch next time out, no question. This one, I don't think we mentioned what this one was paying. We'll give it to you coming up.
Has to be triple.
We won't
5
give it away.
digits, right?
You would think.
I'll tell you right now what it is.
Well, we're going to reveal later.
Okay, that's it. Sneaky little guy, sneaky guy.
It's good, though, I'll tell you that.
Ooh, I wish I had it.
Eric
Pick 6 has to be a carryover. Oh, yeah. Nope, nobody was covered.
Okay, so we have that to look forward to on Sunday. This is just massive. 23, 45-3 for the half, battling with the 7-horse War Novel, who completely backed out of it late, still able to hold off Shinjuku, the favorite.
And you know, if you just keyed your son's name in the 3rd and 4th slot in the Super with logical horses 1-2.
Which I would have done.
Really, that's the play,
How do I
right?
get reunion tour,
That's
though?
the play. Well, no, you just 3, 8, and 10 with a 3. We said that. So you go 3, 8, 10 with 3, 8, 10. You know, it was easy to hit. I don't know how you blew it. It's a very easy game after the race, you know.
Hunch plays.
And give Eric Cancel credit. You know, he was aggressive. He understood to be aggressive here. And he lost a race earlier in the day, and I'm critical of him sometimes when I think he's unaggressive, where he just got beaten with Color Me Potsy, but he did everything right, and he rode this horse very well.
And too early on, some might say, oh, what's going on with the 7 and the 8 opening up on this field, going head-to-head. You had to do it today,
This
right?
is what happens on these tracks, and that's what happens, guys. They ride in ways they may not necessarily want to ride, and sometimes it produces crazy results, but we also saw Jackie Davis be aggressive in race 5 with a 27-1 shot and get the money.
All right, we'll give you the prices coming up in a moment, including the pick 5. Let's get back to Oaklawn. 6th is next out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. This race kicks off the pick 4. Arkansas bred, maiden special weight at 3/4 of a mile coming up. And again, on a favorite, Ricardo Santana Jr. with more on him. Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, I was posed the question, what makes him such a great rider? And he's got so many qualities. Biggest thing I can say over the last, I don't want to say 7, 8 years, is his maturity factor. He's grown up a lot, and it's really helped his mind settle. He had little bit of an anger issue at one point in time, but he's very relaxed out on the racetrack. He reads a race well in the racing form. He studies well, but he's able to adapt. He's able to slow things down in his mind, and he knows that there's certain scenarios that are going to develop if certain things happen throughout the running of a race. He's able to process it very quickly, put himself in a position to capitalize on it. Listen, you very rarely see Ricardo Santana get in trouble in a race. If it does, it's because usually the hole is going faster than what his horse is capable of producing for him to get him to where he needs to be. He's rode a lot of live horses today. He hasn't made any mistakes. He continues to win, and we see it in a consistency throughout the year. Yeah, he had a huge Saratoga meet. Then there was a dry spell at Keeneland, Saratoga. Things slowed down a lot, but he picked back up. He's able to overcome that. This game is peaks and valleys and how consistent you can be and who makes the least mistakes. And he's not making any mistakes right now, guys, as he rides another favorite on the 8 at 8-5.
He is incredibly talented. One of the things, too, at Saratoga that kind of stood out, I mean, we talked about him winning or having probably the ride of the meet when Maracuja won, Coaching Club American Oaks. But those 5.5 furlong turf sprints, he rode those incredibly well also. He did everything good.
And also, he's not a rider who's had a lot of experience in turf sprints, right? You know, besides Saratoga, a little bit at Churchill Downs, but, you know, he's really, I think he's a terrific rider. He's won with horses, you know, not just for Steve Asmussen, obviously. I like the 2 in here, UVC. You want horses in this race, in my opinion, out of the Gar Hole race. A horse that you would like on Sunday, I want to believe, that improved from a 73 winning buyer in the race he was in to an 86 buyer winning Fastly on Sunday. Now, the one Forsaken ran there, but he came back. and he didn't run well in a subsequent start. Whereas UVC, who I thought ran very well, involved in the pace that day, I really liked him. I thought he ran well. Now, the other speed in the race was the 8 Top Road Rules, and I don't disagree. I think he's very dangerous in here. He's the horse to beat, but he's 9-5. The number 2 is 5-1. I also think the 10 should be used in this race. You know, I thought he was a little interesting, so I played the 2 with the 8 and 10.
With more, let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, I agree with Andy. I like the 2 UVC as well. The problem I just don't love horses that are drawn towards the inside of their main competition and other speeds, and that's one of the things with the 8 Top Road Rules is drawn towards the outside of him. So he is a much better price. I would ultimately pick the 2 over the 8 because of the price, but the 8 does definitely have a better post position. And another horse I'll just throw out there quickly is the 10 Big Success. Ran pretty well back in December.
Well, you guys must have talked this out beforehand. Completely agree.
He's a copycat, that guy. I was wearing that shirt earlier. I changed it because he was going to wear it. He's copying me.
I would love to see you in that shirt.
I like the shirt today.
Top Road Rules, I'll say this too.
Today.
The 8, 3 seconds in 4 starts. You would expect improvement second off the layoff here, but
that's
a
another
question.
problem. A favorite with 3 seconds. Now, to be fair, he hasn't been favored in all his races, but he has been a short price in 3 of them.
Vic Stauffer with the call, the rematch of the 2nd and 3rd place finishers from back on December 4th.
Last to load, Bellamy's Roan. They're at the post. They're off. Forsaken breaks well from the rail. Top Road Rules and Bellamy's Roan are close up. Ghost Strategy away in 4th. Then comes Cat's Got a Chance, Big Success, and Traffic Control, followed by Loud Boy and Braska, then Make My Own Luck, and the trailer is I Stand for Love. Forsaken and UVC, they sprint up the backstretch. Forsaken's a neck in front. UVC is second by 2.5 lengths. 2, Big Success, alongside Bellamy's Roan and Top Road Rules. Ghost Strategy is at the rail. Traffic Control is also close up, about 4 from the front. Now Big Success has dropped back, passed by Cat's Got a Chance. Loud Boy has 10 lengths to make up, then Braska and Make My Own Luck, and the trailer is I Stand for Love, and the leader is UVC just outside of Forsaken. UVC and Forsaken, they are matching strides. 1.5 lengths, 2. Top Road Rules to the outside, then Traffic Control, UVC, now 1 length in front of Forsaken. Traffic Control to the outside and Big Success moving up. Here's Big Success in the center, trying to run down UVC. Big Success is closing with every stride, gonna make this close. UVC reaches, Big Success attacks. UVC, Big Success, UVC, Big Success. Wow, that ended up really close. UVC, Big Success, Forsaken was 3rd.
Well, they were coming out of the same race back on December 4th. UVC finished ahead of them that day. I don't know who got the win here.
I thought I was home free with a 2. I do have a 210 exacta box, but I bet the 2 to win. Looked home free. It's that late surge. We'll see what happens. And, you know, you could tell, and we'll see who wins this photo. 2 ran very well because the pace really fell apart, but Big Success also ran well in this race. I think the 2 held on. It's tough, though. It's hard, a little shadow. One thing you and I both noticed early in this race, Ricardo Santana put top Road Rules in a drive just to keep up her.
Yeah.
That is never a good sign, and he had absolutely nothing. Don't know for sure who won. It was close. I'm hoping it's UVC. This is an angle they shouldn't even show because it's deceptive. I mean, it makes it look like he won by about a length there. Obviously, that is not a fair angle.
We will wait for the photo. Incredibly tight. UVC, the 10 Big Success. You and JK mentioned both these 2 as contenders, and now it's going to take a photo to decide which of these 2 will be put up here in race 6.
Jonathan did well copying my picks here. I give him a lot of credit.
He really did.
He really did. Well, it's better when he gets to go after me.
Maybe if he does that going forward, he could actually win a Breeders' Cup betting challenge.
You mean like me?
Oh, no, JK.
He's not even, he's probably changing his shirt because I said I liked it.
Nothing yet from who your winner is here between these two. Price-wise,
exact is $71. Well, it's $71,210 and it's $75,10 too. So.
UVC was 9-2.
Yeah, I bet him.
Big Success was 6-1. The 10.
I usually bet a little more the reverse in these cases. I didn't hear. I'm going to be very bitter. Maybe it was a dead heat.
Tiago Pereira. Whatever happens.
We're rooting for the two for
terrific
Gary.
job.
For Gary.
No question. One of a couple riders Gary's representing here at the meet.
Gary's got some live riders down there. He's doing well with those guys. It's nice to see. Got to root for the home team.
Ramon Vasquez on the 10. Big Success. And this is going to be an excruciating time. Although I figure the riders probably have a decent idea.
You know, sometimes I think they're not even sure. That was hard because it happened so fast, right at the wire. You know what I mean? Usually you can tell. It's tough, and I haven't had much experience calling photos at Oaklawn, and it's a tough one to tell. Well, I lost.
Wow, it's the 10. Big Success, we're told, who just gets up late. That is a tough beat for UVC. Ran a big race.
I agree. He ran too well to lose, and sorry for Gary, too, with UVC. It's a tough game.
6-1 on the 10. Dead tight in that 6th at Oaklawn to kick off the Pick 4 prices. When we come back, we'll also have the story of a Pennsylvania bred who went on to become a 4-time Grade 1 winner. Stay with us. The story of Princess of Sylmar when we come back.
This is the horse.
He is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse. Just imagine.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS2. Good to be with you here on this Saturday afternoon. Features still to come from Oaklawn. Before we get there, we just had a dead tight finish.
It's Aqueduct. I was going to say, if that's Oaklawn, I thought I won.
Yeah. New York wrapping up the nightcap. Oliver's Fortune, Eric Cancel, Ralph D'Alessandro. This is a horse who battled up front with War Novel. Able to put that horse away. That horse finished nowhere at the end, eased, and able to hold off Shinjuku, was making up ground late.
I'll tell you, look at the difference between the exacta and the win place price. And it shows the difference without the CAW money in the win pool. These horses would have been much shorter prices.
Guess what we have Sunday?
Pick 6 Gary over $44,856.
I like it.
I'm ready.
Looking forward to
You gonna
tomorrow
be here with me
already.
tomorrow?
What's that?
You coming in tomorrow? Be here with me?
I'll think about it.
Excellent. Good to hear.
Pick 5, $17,646.
And the parlay, what did we say? It was about It was around 30s, it was around 9,000, probably a little less than 9,000. I paid twice the parlay, probably more than twice the parlay. First winner was tough. Every other winner you could get on your ticket somehow, but that first winner was tough. That's why I paid a lot.
Back to Oaklawn. Big success, steals this one from UVC, who ran a big effort, forwardly placed throughout. Looked like Tiago Pereira was home free. You're never home free in this game.
It really, and it felt like he was holding him in. Big success is that an incredible surge right at the wire to obviously just nail him in there.
$15.60 for the win. Well done, Ramon Vasquez. We're going to take a timeout. Part of that carryover tomorrow, the Busanda and Magic Circle for Rudy Rodriguez. Graded stakes place, but still looking for the first stakes win of her career and her 4th attempt coming up on Sunday. We'll have a preview next.
Coming up alongside of Ticonderoga, Good Samaritan won it.
And Good Samaritan has gone on by very easily.
Good Samaritan in his dirt debut, and he's gone by them all. Good Samaritan has won the Jim Dandy.
Three quarters in 113. Princess of Sylmar is now coming on through towards the rail. Here's Princess of Sylmar to take the lead with a furlong to the finish. Princess of Sylmar in front by 3. Then Ruby Lips, Anacia, and Coconut Shrimp. 3 straight wins for Princess of Sylmar. She pours it on in the stretch. 1 by 7.
What a racehorse Princess of Sylmar turned out to be. Pennsylvania bred, not much of a pedigree, and she became a superstar. Kentucky Oaks, the first of 4 consecutive Grade 1 wins that she reeled off. You ask almost any owner in this sport why they're involved, and if they're being honest, most would say they're in this game to find that once-in-a-lifetime horse where they can go onto the big stage and get their picture taken. For Ed Stanko, that was actually the furthest thing from his mind when he decided to breed a mare that he owned who had 1 lifetime win to her name. But in this game, you just never know what dreams may lie ahead.
Princess of Sylmar. Princess of Sylmar.
We call the house that Princess built every day we walk in. It all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're going to breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders. We're not commercial breeders. What else are we going to do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call, 8 o'clock in the morning. Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare. None. I go, well, what do I do? They said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior. Don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire. There's no numbers. I said, how long do I have to decide? I got to call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Sylmar Farm, and then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Sylmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred, let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred, let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Sylmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never going to sell her. Close hatches beat us in the Gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her, and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1. And I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's going to be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Sylmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Sylmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, here she goes, picked them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Sylmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream since I was 8 was to saddle a horse at Saratoga, and then to go on and do this. It makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
I love watching that piece. We've shown it a lot of times on this program, but it's just tremendous that, you know, the breeding's sort of a mistake with what happened, and to become what she became. That's what this game is all about.
Sure, and these stories also are racing stories that show it can't happen to anybody. I mean, Ed Stanko, and he's not a huge player in the game. He's not investing a ton of money. Bred this horse and got so lucky. And it was such a nice run in so many ways. You know, getting to know, as you have gotten to know the Stankos, and you know, you work with his son, and I know Eddie, and I'm friendly with Eddie. Just getting to know the whole family. They're so enthusiastic and impossible not to root for. And you found yourself just drawn to that horse. And then going to Belmont Park, taking on the reigning champion, Royal Delta, beating her in the Beldame. And I'm not taking anything away from Beholder. It was a wonderful horse who won the Breeders' Cup. And there's an argument Beholder ran the best race in the Kentucky Oaks, though just Sylmar won. I thought they should have shared the championship that year. I thought it was a shame because Prince Sylmar had a true championship year. And I don't mean that in any way as a knock on Beholder. It was a tremendous racehorse. Princess Sylmar had a championship
Four
season.
consecutive Grade 1
the
wins.
Oaks,
Kentucky
the
Oaks
Alabama
as
beat
well.
Olders, you know.
Tremendous campaign. And yeah, the Stankos, a wonderful family. Couldn't be happy for them to have had that moment in time. Busanda Stakes was the first stakes win for Princess of Sylmar. We're going to have coverage coming up tomorrow. Mile and an eighth. And we talked about Magic Circle going to break. That can be the detriment of being too good first time out. You run in stake after stake after stake, and now she's going to get a fourth chance at a stakes opportunity, trying to get that first stakes win.
I don't think she wants a mile and an eighth. But on this racetrack, drawing the rail, if the track is the same way it played today, she's going to be very, very hard to beat. I like the Bill Mott Maiden Breaker on the outside. If the race ends up, if the track is fair, I like that horse, but Magic Circle's the horse to beat.
That's Rosebud that you're alluding to. But yeah, Magic Circle, 6-5. Jose Ortiz will ride. As for Rosebud, she just broke her maiden. She did it in the slop. American Pharaoh filly, whose only try at Aqueduct, it was a win. She's going to get plenty of attention, too. We'll see how the track plays tomorrow. Keep your eyes on the early part of that card to see if things change at all.
No, I agree, and we'll be here covering it, which will be fun. And listen, I mean, we've seen horses last year's search results. She didn't run this race, but she ran the prep races, 2 prep races here, and ran so well to make a tough beat. We've seen Princess Sylmar. We've seen a lot of good horses come out. It's tricky. She debuted at Aqueduct in the winter, multiple Grade 1 winner. We've seen a lot of very good horses run at Aqueduct in the winter.
It'll be fun tomorrow, part of that Sunday program and part of a Pick 6 carryover as well. Over $44,000 to Oaklawn, 7th race coming up, and the return of a horse who was on the Derby Trail last year, who came back off the bench, his first start since the Woody Stevens, crossed the wire first. He got DQ'd in there, Caddo River. We both feel he probably should have stayed up.
I thought it was a terrible DQ. I wasn't involved in the race. I remember watching it live and watching it saying, oh, he's not going to come down. And being absolutely shocked when he took him down. And then you and I were both watching the replay. I can't believe he came down. I'm not saying he didn't cause a little, but I don't know.
Early part of that race, too, he was not comfortable at all.
I agree. But he is potentially the speed in here, but I'm not convinced. First time for Diodoro on the rail, that horse has got to be going. And I wonder if he's really as good without the lead. I think the jury's out on Caddo River.
He is the 4-5 favorite in here. You got a horse like Bryce, too. 5-1 on Bryce, who he just ran huge.
What's wrong with him? I agree. I mean, he's beaten some good horses. I fooled around with horses. I keyed the 1 and used with the 3, 9, and 10. I think there's opportunity. Or Candy Tycoon. I mean, he's not a great post, but he's in great form for Norm Cassidy.
That race that he ran, so it was a sloppy track. We'll see if he can repeat it. Some of the figures I look at on Thorograph, that number destroys this field.
I mean,
it's not even close.
Let me ask you a question. Couldn't he be favored in this race if it was? And the post is a detriment. I know he's got to overcome the post, but I think if it wasn't for the name Caddo River, I think the 10 could be favored.
I agree with you. Market analysis just went by. Speed inside. Here's Super Constitution.
Coming off a little bit of a freshening, this is a tough spot.
5-1 on a horse who has won 6 of his last 7. Here's Bryce.
He doesn't need the lead to win. He drew well. He's a huge player.
4-5 favorite. Smarty Jones winner from last year at Caddo River.
He is a good horse who has been disappointing. He shouldn't have been taken down last week, but I still think this is a tougher spot than he was in last week.
Last start.
What's that?
You said last week.
Oh, last start. I'm sorry.
Plentiful went by 30-1. Here's highest distinction blinkers on.
Looks like a tough spot for both of those horses.
Anti-Gravity. Jerry Hollendorfer, stable mate of Bryce.
Yeah, Jerry Hollendorfer's longer shot.
Simovic, blinkers gone.
He's going to have to improve to be drops out of a stake, but I think this is an allowance, stake masquerading as allowance.
Mike Maker and a big overlay on
Do you
this
like,
horse.
What's wrong with goalie?
13-1, here he is, just third against Huge Bigley.
His first dirt start, he ran pretty well.
Yeah, he did. 87 buyer in that performance, wound up third. And then Candy Tycoon, 5-2. He's a second choice outside. Huge effort on that sloppy track last start.
I mean, Norm Cassidy claimed this horse from Todd Pletcher, which is not an easy thing to do. And I'm going to say he's run better for Norm. And this was a horse that, as a 2-year-old, Todd Pletcher was very high on this horse, and he never really panned out. But he's really coming to fruition now. He's good. I think he should. I think there's an argument he should be favored.
You can play this race by getting signed up started with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 deposit bonus sign up with that code BONUS200 at NairaBets.com or by downloading the app. Caddo River, we talked so much about it last year. A horse who was so good when he was forward. He did not get to the lead in the Rebel against Concert Tour. Connections made sure they got the lead next time out in the Arkansas Derby. Still didn't win. What will be the tactics today with Francisco Arrieta? Let's go to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, nightmare trip last time out with Florent Giroux aboard, and really there was nothing he could do early on in the race. He broke his tad slow. He was in the one hole, and it was a short field, relatively shorter field than what we have today. There's 10 horses in this race today. There was 7 that day. He got caught in a tangle around the first turn, jammed up, and he had a big target on his back. He was a short price. He's got a big target on his back today. So what's Francisco Arrieta going to do today? I really don't know, but I guarantee you he's thought about it and maybe overthought about it because he's got that target on him again today. Candy Tycoon out on the outside with Ricardo Santana. He knows what he's probably going to try and do. He's going to try and lock him in early and put him in the same type of position that he was in his previous race, get him in a jam, and then it's going to be Francisco's job to try and work his way out. The only good news is he's not in the one hole today. He does possess some speed. He is a talented enough horse. He was much the best when he was DQ'd last time. He looks much the best on paper today, but he's still going to have to work out a trip because it's not going to be easy on him, and they're going to make it as tough. The other riders are going to make it as tough on Francisco Arrieta and Caddo River as they can. That's their job, and it's well within the rules of racing, guys.
All right, Gary, thanks. It's going to be interesting to watch. And Gary is right. I mean, he was much the best.
Oh, he
in
was.
That comeback performance last start.
I agree. And as Gary said, he broke a little slow and it put him behind the 8 ball. But still, he ran an 81 buyer. An 81 buyer is going to get a bazillionth in this race.
But again, he was down on the inside. He was incredibly uncomfortable early, throwing his head around.
Is he going to be able to get the lead in here? If he gets the lead in here, he's probably going to be tough. If he doesn't, I'm not convinced he's the same horse without the lead.
Now, with more on one of his competitors, Candy Tycoon, JK, can he back up what he did in the slop last start?
Yeah, I mean, I think to Andy's point, is with Candy Tycoon, at least it's been on the back of my mind, like I'm assuming Andy's was too, is that this was Todd Pletcher's next best horse ever the summer that he was a 2-year-old. Now, he never panned out to be that, but for a horse to be in that conversation, there obviously has to be some talent. So I've always kind of followed Candy Tycoon, and he ended up being an okay horse, and ran well enough as a 3-year-old. And I think the performance we saw last time, I'm not going to discount that as saying, oh, it was a sloppy racetrack that moved him up. He ran well prior to that at Churchill. He's run well here at Oaklawn, and it seems like Norm's kind of got him going in the right direction, and I love the fact that he's drawn outside of Caddo River. If they flip the post positions and Caddo River is the 10 and Candy Tycoon is the 4, I would lean towards Caddo River, but I like the outside draw, and I like the price that you're going to end up getting on Candy Tycoon. Caddo River has a right to improve off of that effort, and he was impressive that day, but he has a right to improve off of that effort. We'll see what happens, but Candy Tycoon's another one that can improve off of his effort, and he's drawn better.
I'd like to give, if we get John back on, why does he like the outside draw for the 10? I mean, isn't breaking from the far outside in a 2-turn race not necessarily a good thing? I don't know if we can get John.
Well, I like the fact that he'll be in the clear. I like the fact that he'll be in the clear, and I like the fact that he can dictate the situation towards Cattle River. He doesn't have to hustle away from there. He can sit off of Cattle River if Cattle River breaks. And we saw it last year with Cattle River and Concert Tour. The situation where Cattle River was drawn inside of Concert Tour the first time they raced against each other was a problem because they had to send away from there. They went entirely too fast to make the lead. I just think there's more options for Ricardo towards the outside with Candy Tycoon than Flo might have. Excuse me, Arrieta might have with Cattle River.
I'm not worried about ground loss being a factor here. That's what concerns me about it. That's more than anything. I mean, I agree with you that it gives him more options outside. To me, Cattle River needs to break sharply and be in front. I don't believe he'll win this race if he's not in front.
Still even money on Cattle River. Let's go back to Gary.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to talk about a horse that's a big long shot on the board right now that I know is training exceptionally well. That's Anti-Gravity, the 7 horse. And yes, Giovanni Franco is riding. But I've been able to come out and watch his last 2 works since that last race of his. It was by far the best speed figure that he had run in his career. I'm not saying he can win this race, but he's going to step forward big time today. Came back with a big workout here on January 10th or January 18th. He smoked around there at Black Letter work that day. He's training great, looks great, training with a lot of enthusiasm. So just a number to throw out there at 25-1. Anti-Gravity, guys.
Huge number. And a horse who was off from late September returned New Year's Day in the slop and was behind Candy Tycoon. We'll see if he can pick up the 3rd win of his career.
I'm going to try market analysis. Trainer change to Robertino Diodoro, for stretching out on the dirt with trainer switches. He's 8 for 22 overall with a 258 ROI. He's 3 for 9 at Oaklawn with 7 the board. He's got the rail. I got to think he's going here. I bet market analysis to win and use him at exacts with a 3, 9, and 10.
No love for Bryce, too, who we mentioned he's won 6 of his last 7.
He's a huge player here.
And probably he doesn't have to be in front, but he's going to be forward, but he doesn't have to have the lead.
I agree. All 3 horses inside of Cattle River have speed. So Cattle River's going to have to run a little to clear them. And I can't believe they're just going to look to give him the lead.
Cattle River, post 4. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Number 4, Caddo River, very fractious in the gate. Arrieta's off him. Going to back Caddo River out of the gate and also take a look at Francisco Arrieta. Back aboard. Caddo River is in. They're at the post. They're off. Market analysis, Super Constitution, and Caddo River shows speed. Goalie is close up. Candy Tycoon in the center. Simovic and Bryce are next. Then Highest Distinction, followed by Anti-Gravity, and the trailer is Plentiful. It is market analysis at the clubhouse turn. He leads Candy Tycoon by about 1.5 lengths from Goalie. Caddo River is between horses, shuffled back just a bit into 4th and 2.5 off the lead. Simovic outside of him, and Super Constitution at the rail. Anti-Gravity has 6 lengths to make up. He's a neck in front of Highest Distinction. Then it's 3 back to Bryce, and the trailer is Plentiful as they head up the backstretch with Market Analysis, the one to catch. Market Analysis, 3/4 of a length in front of Candy Tycoon in second. Then comes Goalie. He's 3rd and 2 from his front-running stablemate. Then comes to the outside and Simovic. He's joined and passed by Highest Distinction. Caddo River is still in and amongst horses. He moves up a spot now and about 4 from the front. Super Constitution inside of him. Bryce is 4 wide. 5 back to Anti-Gravity. The trailer is Plentiful, and Market Analysis is still the leader. Market Analysis to the quarter pole, and now he's getting away a bit. Market Analysis has the lead over Goalie in second. Caddo River still going up and down at the quarter pole. He's got a long way to come. Market Analysis, the one to catch off the top of the turn. His stablemate Goalie is second. 3 back to Super Constitution in third. Final furlong, Market Analysis has the lead. He's still 2 in front of Goalie in second. second. Then Super Constitution, not today for Caddo River. Market Analysis and Goalie come to the wire. Market Analysis, Goalie trying to get him, but hanging on his left lead. Market Analysis in front. Robertino Diodoro 1-2. Market Analysis beat Goalie. Super Constitution was third, and finishing fourth was Anti-Gravity.
Market Analysis moving to the Diodoro barn. Luis Contreras 1-9-2 finish, and Caddo River not anywhere near the front and no punch down the lane.
He was a horrific favorite in this race. He's just not the same horse he was, and he was running in a tough field. Diodoro runs 1-2 at 8-1 and 16-1 at Oaklawn Park. If I said it to you and you weren't here, you probably wouldn't believe it, Greg. And two horses that had races that made sense. This horse got bet a lot late, huh? Went from 13-1 to 8-1, and as we said, could be the speed from the inside. Very good ride on the 9 as well to get that good position by David Cohen. But this was an opportunity. It worked out betting against Caddo River.
And the second place finisher, as you said, that was a dirt debut last time out.
But he
ran really good over it. He runs arguably even better today. Diodoro Exacta, 1-9-2 finish. Bryce, surprisingly, was a lot further back than he's ever been. Candy Tycoon, not in the mix late.
He kind of ran hard early and maybe did get compromised with the outside, but he just packed it in. It's tough to chase outside, but this winner was good.
Market Analysis, 5th win of his career. 5-year-old son of Honor Code with the victory. We're going to preview the showdown of the century coming up next Saturday. Knicks Go, your classic winner. Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Life is Good. The head-to-head showdown coming up at the Pegasus. A preview when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
And on the morning of the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need to create the noblest of all creatures. So God made a racehorse. He needed a horse that is faster, smarter, sleeker, and sounder, so God made a racehorse. He created an animal sound of wind with oversized nostrils to breathe fire like a dragon and turn oxygen into rocket fuel. He gave it a kind eye so his caretaker could look into his soul. And then on the afternoon of the 8th day, God realized that he needed an animal that was even swifter, smarter, and sounder.
An animal that can compete on the world stage and win iconic races like at Royal Ascot.
So God created a legend. The legend lives on at Alapa.
Back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy, now standing on a legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. He's got an intriguing 3-year-old on the Derby Trail as well. Smile Happy for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, I think he's been training down in Florida. I'm not sure if he's running the Holy Bull next week or not. I know the horse Mo Donegal is running the Holy Bull.
Market Analysis. Nice call on this Andy Serling Exacta. Diodoro Exacta as well. 8-1, 16-1 on one of the best trainers in the country.
Listen, playing against sometimes can be one of the better ways to play. And in this case, one thing we all agreed with, Caddo River was overbet. You're supposed to bet against him. And when you're right betting against an even money shot, you have a chance to make some money.
Yeah. Good opportunity there. Feature coming up next. It's the American Beauty. And we talked about Little Tootsie in the open of our show for trainer Tom Amos, owned by Joel Politti. Connections to Serengeti Empress. Trying to make it 3 consecutive wins, 5 for 11 career record for this 4-year-old filly.
Yeah, I mean, we're always rooting for Tom. I think this is a very, very tough race in here. Joy's Rocket, maybe she didn't like a wet track, and she ran so badly after running well at Keeneland. I like Ain't No Elmers, who I think is dangerous in this race, but I think there's a lot of opportunities, and I hope I'm wrong for our friend Tom Amos, but I think at a short price, Little Tootsie's a bet against here. This is a tough field.
Abrogate tough as well, who's 4 for 8 in her career. And then you have Sarah Harper, who maybe lost a little bit of luster when she had that defeat 2 starts back, but she looks like she's going to be the lone speed in here.
She does look like the main speed in this race, which makes her tough. I agree. She needs to pass a class test at some point.
We will find out more about her coming up this afternoon. 4-year-old filly Sarah Harper probably going to be alone in front. Good field in this feature of the American Beauty. We'll talk more of the clash of the Titans in the Pegasus. Life is Good, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. He's got his eyes on the Classic at the end of the year, but right now he's got his eyes on Knicks Go next Saturday.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Racing World cannot wait for next Saturday. Life is Good, Knicks Go, Pegasus, the head-to-head showdown between 2 of the best horses on the planet, 2 of the fastest horses on the planet as well.
They may be kryptonite for each other. I will say that Life is Good is kryptonite for Knicks Go. And I wonder, listen, I never thought he'd show up. I'm surprised he's showing up. I was dead wrong there. Knicks Go has done it. Life is Good has done it as well, but not to the extent that Knicks Go had. And he's obviously a cinch to be horse of the year.
Classic winner somehow went off at 3-1 in the Classic.
Like all the idiots like me convinced ourselves he wasn't going to win. Clever opinion.
Undefeated around 2 turns since he has come to the care of Brad Cox. He's devastating with that speed, going those 2 turns. Totally different horse around 1 turn, but now he's going to have to deal with a horse he's never had to deal with in a race like this with Life is Good and the speed that he brings to the table. Will, for the first time in his career with Brad Cox going 2 turns, will he potentially not be in front in a race?
I don't see how he can win without the lead. And, they tried to rate him in the Saudi Cup. If they're going to run in here, his last start, they've got to go. Life is Good is naturally faster than he is. And maybe it won't matter. Maybe he'll somehow make the lead or he can stalk, but I don't see this horse winning the race with Life is Good in there. I'm not saying Life is Good has to win, but I don't see him winning Knicks Go with Life is Good in that race.
And by the way, Irad Ortiz Jr., of course, rode Life is Good to victory in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He was out with injury, but expected to be back this coming week.
Right, expecting him, I think, to ride light this weekend. I'm not sure if he rode today or not, but hoping to be back next week, and we wish him the best. I'd asked him on Twitter, but I can't.
Andy's been blocked. 2 speed horses, 2 incredibly talented horses. So, Gary Stevens, what's the strategy if you're riding Life is Good?
Well, first of all, I'm praying that I draw the outside. I don't think it's really going to matter if he draws the outside. I think he is a quicker horse than Knicks Go, but I don't think he needs to be sacrificed early. I think that his training program has changed since Todd Pletcher has taken over Life is Good. He's not putting in those 57, 58 works. He's working long. He's galloping out strong. Irad knows what he's sitting on. He knows what kind of stride he's got, and he knows that this horse has a mind, and I think they're looking for a great 2022, and this is a good kickoff place for him. I would just ride him with a ton of confidence and let the chips fall how they may. If Knicks Go goes at all cost, let him go. Don't take a hold of Life is Good and take him back off of him. But if he outruns you and my horse is willing and listening to me, I'm going to sit right off of this hip and I'm going to take it to him from the 3/8 pole home or maybe further out. But I see a horse with the future for 2022, and I'm not taking anything away from more than likely our horse of the year for 2021 in Knicks Go. But I would be riding with a lot of confidence from Irad Ortiz on Life is Good.
Going to be so much anticipation, not just to see the battle, but specifically to see the battle up front early with these 2 horses. Knicks Go 2 years ago won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Went on to win the Classic this year. That's the path Life is Good. Dirt Mile winner from last year. It's going to take this year. Going to try and win the Classic in November.
It is interesting you point out those similarities. And listen, when Knicks Go won, he dueled with Complexity. He was a very, very fast and talented horse. Finished 4th. Would have won that race if Knicks Go wasn't in there. But, you know, I agree with Gary completely in there. And like he said, with all respect to Knicks Go, and he's earned the utmost respect in racing. He is an absolute deserving horse of the year. But Knicks Go, but Life is Good is very good, and he's too fast for Knicks Go.
We talked about it, too, though. This is it for the Classic winner, Knicks Go. This is likely the very final start of his career. It is pulling out all the stops. They know they have to be in front. There is no way they're not going to try and at least whatever happens, happens, but they got to be in front.
They have to try to be in front. I agree. You saw what happened in Saudi. He tried to stalk Charlatan, and he was the charlatan in that race. Charlatan didn't win, but he ran very well. He can't do that in this spot. But I just think that Life is Good is a faster horse than he is. It's a heck of a battle between these two. And, you know, I hope it turns into a race. I'd hate to see it end the way it did with Arrogate and California Chrome. California Chrome had such a wonderful career, and he was such a popular horse with so many people. It was a shame to see his career end with that performance. I hope Knicks Go, even if he loses, goes out with a better performance.
Will be fun to watch. That's coming up next weekend. We're going to take a timeout. We have the feature still ahead, the American Beauty from Oaklawn. And it's still a little tootsie for our colleague Tom Amos from the rail, the 9-5 favorite. Giovanni Franco will be aboard this filly trying to make it 3 consecutive wins. She's beat a couple already. She's going to line up against, again today, Abrogate. Ain't No Elmer's last 2 starts. He's got some other ones to deal with, though, today. Same connections as Serengeti, the Oaks winner from a couple of years ago.
Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. Run Happy is represented by Smile Happy, the Kentucky Derby individual future pool favorite. A leading dirt sire and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful. Call Bernie Sams now and book your mare to Eclipse champion Run Happy right now. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
For a time, as many as 350 Major League players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all Major League teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here.
The winter storm of 2021 is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come. Rich history of baseball, moonshine, and gambling.
I'm in.
What a town.
Let's get that time machine.
What
Head back
a
to the good
town.
old days. Go there in the winter, and then head to Saratoga for the same thing in the summer. It was like a plan to me.
Feature coming up in Hot Springs, the American Beauty. And that's a look at the two. That's Joy's Rocket for Steve Asmussen. If she can repeat what she ran in the Raven Run, everybody else might be running for second in here.
Right. I mean, in general, you have to ask yourself sort of where did that race come in the Raven Run. It's a little like Perfect Happiness's big figure 2 back. But she did run very well against some good horses that day. Disappointed in the mud in her next start. But I agree. I think this is a good betting race. I bet the 3-8 no Elmers to win. And I used in the exacta with the 2, 6, and 9.
We keep talking about the speed of Sarah Harper, but the 3 who you like, Ain't No Elmer, I mean, she could be forward as well, right?
I agree. If Sarah Harper's not aggressive, I think she's going to be in front. And if Sarah Harper's aggressive, she can sit second to her. But I'm hoping that she gets the lead, obviously.
Let's take a look at Sarah Harper. She had reeled off back-to-back starts. She got beat December the 12th at Oaklawn, but then she came back as a 4-year-old on a good track and was able to go gate to wire.
I mean, she's obviously very, very talented. You know, since Saratoga, when she lost to a good-looking Bill Mott, first has gone nowhere, but Shalimar Gardens, who was second, is okay. We'll see. You know, she's run some good figures. She's solid. To me, this race, there's value on the board because they're over-betting Lil Tootsie. You know, they see the 2 wins in a row. I just think the competition is much deeper in here.
You'll look at that Sarah Harper race, though, and you see that Novel Squall was getting to her late. Did that concern you at all?
A little bit. I mean, it does, you know, but the figures were good enough. I thought there's other horses here that are a little bit faster, but I think she makes sense. And I'll tell you what, if she clears the lead, I mean, I wouldn't mind having her at 6-1. I think it was a very competitive race. I'm not saying I think the 1 can't win, but I don't think the 1's supposed to be favored in here. And I was wrong. I mean, I said before, and I didn't think the morning line was wrong, and I was dead wrong. They got the favorite right.
We'll see her first coming up. Donnery Tapiture, Tom Amos, Joel Politti, Giovanni Franco will be aboard. Again, she's trying to make it 3 consecutive wins. The last win did come on this racetrack. That was on December the 10th. And she may need better than that, either of those two wins, to win here.
Well, that's the thing. I feel from a speed figure standpoint that she is not as fast as quite a few horses near are capable of running.
Joy's Rocket, she's a big number right now at 10-1 for Asmussen.
And I don't disagree with you. I mean, obviously a disaster last time, but her race 2 back was too good to ignore.
Ain't No Elmer, she is quick as well.
I hate the name, but I like the horse.
9-1 with Ramon Vasquez. Had that victory in a photo earlier today. Perfect Happiness. She was, well, she beat Sarah Harper 2-back.
She's kind of a one-number horse, that big fig 2-back, but when Larry Jones had her a couple of years ago, she was pretty quick.
Abrogate 2-back. She was a winner in the slop at Churchill.
Well, I'm not sure I'm supposed to like her if I don't like the number 2. I think she's horribly overbet at 7-2 in this race. I don't get her at all.
Yeah, Little Tootsie handled her pretty easily last out. Sarah Harper, the speedster here with John Court.
I think she's dangerous in here, especially if she gets the lead. But she doesn't need it. She can stalk.
And Candora, she returns to Oaklawn on a fast surface. Look, she came off the bench in the mud. She actually has a couple of wins here on a fast track.
Yeah, I just wonder if she's good enough here. It's a tough spot.
Wildwood's Beauty was able to win on the front end last time out. She's going to have company up front today.
Yeah, it seems like the competition is going to get steeper. But I don't think her PPs are bad. She ran this race last year and didn't run badly in finishing third behind Frank's Roquette.
Over $600,000 in earnings. And then Miss Mosaic on the outside, 8 seconds from 18 starts, but she tries every time she shows up.
That bothers me, and I don't like she lost, but maybe cutting back from 7 to 6 will help her, and she does have some races that are pretty quick.
Third behind Bell's the One in the Roxolana. That was last year at Churchill. She's got some nice running lines.
Yeah, this is a race, Greg, when you look at it first, it's not like there's a lot of recognizable names in here, but it's a very good, strong, solid field.
I'm with you. This is a fun race. We're 4 minutes away. You can make a case for just about everybody. Let's go back to Gary Stevens.
Yeah, guys, a wide open race, tough race to try and figure out, other than I think that Sarah Harper will be on the lead under John Court. John Court can be very aggressive leaving there. But the 2 fillies that I saw who became most on their toes and really sharp in the post parade were Little Tootsie and Sarah Harper. The rest of them look great. Good group of fillies and mares out here. But I think the one that really holds the key to the race is Wildwood Beauty as far as what's concerning for Little Tootsie down in the 1 hole. Tom Amos texted me this morning. He wanted Giovanni Franco's phone number so he could call him. I have no idea what he told him, but I can tell you this. If he said any kind of instructions like he did for Serengeti Empress, that he was adamant about her getting to the lead, I'm going to listen to the guy because he's a great planner. He likes his horses to be forwardly placed. But in saying that, if Wildwood Beauty is able to put some kind of pressure on Sarah Harper early on and keep her honest at least, where she's not walking the dog up front, then I like the chances of Little Tootsie very much so, guys.
Would have loved to have heard that conversation. I know if it was you, you would have said, Tom, stay in your lane.
Yeah, I don't take any guff from that Amos guy.
What does she do here?
Well, she doesn't have much speed. I mean, it's potential. That's the other thing about her. She has the slowest pace figures of anybody in this race. So you're breaking from the rail in a competitive race, moving up in company, and you're favored and you have no speed. And we've watched these races, Greg. It doesn't feel like horses are making huge. I mean, horses have closed, although the 10 closed in that race, unfortunately, to beat us. But it doesn't feel like you're seeing a lot of races collapsing out there. And it doesn't appear on paper this race has a huge amount of speed in it. Listen, I hope I'm wrong. I want to put Tom in the winner's circle, as we know. We all kid around, but we do root for Tom. I just think this was a terrible gamble at 2-1. And I'll tell you something. I don't think Tom would disagree that she's a tough bet at 2-1. I'm sure he's optimistic and hopes for the best, but that's a short price.
Jonathan, your thoughts on the American Beauty?
Yeah, look, I think it's a really tough race. The one Little Tootsie, I think last time we figured out that she needs Lasix to kind of run her best races. Her last 2 races, she's had Lasix. She's undefeated in those 2 starts. I just don't love the rail for a horse that doesn't necessarily have the speed to fully get away from there sprinting. So at a short price, I'll be rooting for Tom, but man, it's tough from down there. She doesn't necessarily have the early speed that one might need to get away from there. The 5 Abrogate, I liked this horse last time, and Little Tootsie ran her down pretty easily. But Abrogate, comes in off of a break since May. That was kind of her second start. This is her third start moving forward. I'm hopeful that maybe she'll run a little bit better here, and she'll ultimately be my pick at 4-1. But another horse that I wanted to mention as well is the 8 Wildwood Beauty. This is a horse that has some back numbers. Now, her last race, she won wire to wire on a muddy racetrack. The figure was a little bit lower. But sometimes muddy racetracks are tough to make figures because the track can change throughout the day, making the math with the variant significantly more difficult to try to get an accurate number. So sometimes I like to just ignore the number and hope that she'll run back to some of her previous numbers that make her extremely competitive in here. So I'm going to pick the 5 on top with the 8 kind of underneath as a horse to kind of pick up. I feel like Little Tootsie's in the wrong post position for her best chances today.
And despite that, thanks, JK, she remains the favorite. Let's go back to Wildwood Beauty. She was 3rd in this race last year. That was on a muddy racetrack. She was able to do it on the front end on January the 2nd to get the 6th win of her career.
She got away with a pretty tepid pace that day, to be fair, and get it done. But you know, it's not like she's untalented. I don't like the fact she has so many second-place finishes, but I'm not going to be shocked if she's somewhat effective in here. To me, as a gambler, you're supposed to be betting against the 1. And after that, then you got to decide who you're going to use. That's my opinion in this race. I like the 3 a little bit, but I'm against the 1 from a betting standpoint. That's my opinion. After that, I'm not going to knock people for taking anybody else, especially the price.
There's a lot of ways to go. Good value all across the board. There's Candura again, 2-time winner on this track. She would need to step forward. And a 6-year-old mare, what are the odds of that happening?
Well, how is she 10-1 in this race and the same price as horses like the 2, 3, and 4? That, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, listen, maybe if the race will make more sense. But you mentioned value, and value, obviously, are your odds, prepare your chance of winning. I think there is value all over this board, as you suggested, because I don't believe the 1 should be 2-1. I think the 1 should be around 4 to 5-1 in here. So everybody, by that reason, is a bit of an overlay.
Including this one here, who's has a chance to be alone in front, Sarah Harper, with 61-year-old John Court, who's still riding tremendous at Oaklawn, and she comes in off a gate-to-wire win last start.
She does, and I get it. She didn't beat a good field last time, and she disappointed 2 back when she was a short price, when she met tougher company, but still, she's running figures that are fast enough, and as you say, potentially, she's the main speed in here. So I'm not in love with her chances, but I think 6-1 is a very generous price. To me, I think she's easily as likely to win as the 1, and maybe even more so.
Look there at Miss Mosaic, coming in from Parks against Jakarta in a stake. She faced Center Isle before that. Bell's the 1 we mentioned she's faced on a couple of occasions. 9-1 outside. But if you had to, just from a pure standpoint of, as you said, as a gambler, looking at the best value on the board.
To me, it's the 3. The 3 is the longest shot on the board. I don't get it. She ran the turf last time. Well, she's not a turf horse. She had no business being in that race. I will agree. Her race 2 back was a disappointing effort. She was 9-5, and she got easily beaten by Little Tootsie. And maybe she's tailing off. She's a 5-year-old now, but she's got too many good races before that to just dismiss her. And I think she's supposed to be forward. And I certainly don't think she's supposed to be the longest shot on the board in this race. Maybe I've completely misread this race, which is fine. But I think she is giant value at 11-1 as the longest shot on the board in this race.
Really competitive feature in this American Beauty coming up, but throughout the wagering, it has been in those red and white checkered silks of Joel Politti, Little Tootsie, favored throughout. She's got a tough task ahead, though. Drawn inside on a filly who does not have much speed, is going to have to win from off the pace here. We'll see what Giovanni Franco does for trainer Tom Amos. 6 furlong sprint in the feature ahead. Vic Stauffer with the call.
Wildwood's Beauty, Perfect Happiness, and last to load, Miss Mosaic. They're at the post. They're off. Good start. Ain't No Elmers wins the break, goes for the front. Wildwood's Beauty, Abrogate, and in the center, Miss Mosaic. Sarah Harper's into the bid as well. Perfect Happiness in the early mix. Now Wildwood's Beauty is 4th last from Lil Tootsie at the rail, and the trailer is Kendura. I'll mix up the backstretch with Sarah Harper just in front of Ain't No Elmers and a 3-wide Wildwood's Beauty. Sarah Harper a half length in front. Wildwood's Beauty is up into second. Then comes Perfect Happiness. At the rail goes Miss Mosaic, and there goes Miss Mosaic all the way up into second now, and she's on the move. Wildwood's Beauty is third. Ain't No Elmers is fourth. Then 2 lengths to Joy's Rocket and Abrogate, followed by Lil Tootsie, who is second to last with 7 lengths to make up. She's a length in front of Kendura, wide open top of the stretch. In the 39th American Beauty, Miss Mosaic off the top of the turn has a short lead over Sarah Harper in second. Ain't No Elmers is third. Then to the outside, Wildwood's Beauty. Abrogate in the center, and Joy's Rocket is Miss Mosaic just in front. Ain't No Elmers battles on. To the outside, Joe's Rocket. Miss Mosaic. Late charge, Lil Tootsie. Miss Mosaic. Joy's Rocket. Miss Mosaic. Joy's Rocket right together, and Miss Mosaic won the American Beauty over a hard-rushing Joy's Rocket. Ain't No Elmers was third, maybe Lil Tootsie for fourth.
Miss Mosaic, lot of seconds. She does not win a lot, but she does here. Third win from 19 starts David Cabrera.
And I like the ride by David Cabrera. He put her right in the game. It was not a quick pace, and she was able to be right on top of it, and that worked. No excuse for Ain't No Elmers, who just got beaten for second here, ran well to finish third at a preposterous 13-1. The 2 Joy's Rocket, all horses we mentioned. All horses were overlaid. Tom's horse ran well here. She's making a run up the rail, but we talked about it beforehand. She figured to be compromised by the pace. She ran okay, but I think she finished about 5th or 6th down the inside. This was a race where there were overlays abound, and these are all horses that were easily usable. Every one of them.
Miss Mosaic the win. Joy's Rocket at 9-1 with a big late run to get second, but it's this 6-year-old by Verrazano. Third win of her career, coming off 3 consecutive runner-up finishes. It's a deep group in, non-graded stake that was a tough field. Nice win.
When your opinions work out, you always feel like it's opportunities abound. But I think one thing we saw today at Oaklawn is we saw some vulnerable favorites. We talked about Caddo River. We talked about Lil Tootsie. And you've still got to pick the winners. You've still got to get it there. And if I played a little smarter, maybe I'd have won. But I have no regrets. 13-1 in the 3. You'll take it every day of the week, and you'll win money. But the reality was the last 2 races we saw here, there were 2 vulnerable favorites that both lost, and they provided for real opportunities. You've still got to figure it out. But vulnerable favorites will always give you value.
Yeah, and when you're playing multi-race tickets too, you have the opportunity. If you have that opinion, you can get some coverage not using those favorites.
Could have had this pick 3. Yeah. I should be alive for riches in the last leg. Instead, we're going to take the subway home.
Yes, we are. Tomorrow, another day, though. And by the way, pick 6 carryover coming up tomorrow at Aqueduct, over $44,000. Busanda, part of that. Coming up next on FS2, Inside PBC Boxing. We hope to see you tomorrow. We're on the air at 2:30 Eastern start time. It was First Constitution. Jose Lezcano getting to the front, going gate to wire. First win in the States since coming to the Cara Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher in the Franklin Square. 4-win day for Trevor McCarthy. Sterling Silver now a perfect 2 for 2. And Miss Mosaic, best of the bunch in a competitive American Beauty. We'll see you tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern on FS2.